Court will be in session. It is Monday, September the 26th, 2022, 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the pledge and prayer, which will be led by Commissioner Harris.
Bow your heads, please. Lord, thank you for allowing us together here today for this meeting. We thank you for all the blessings and happiness you have bestowed on us. We thank you for your generosity and love. We pray that you send your Holy Spirit to guide us in the undertaking we have. May your divine guidance help us decide correctly on vital things. May we decide about things based on your command. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. I want to make sure that I'm going to follow my own advice here. Please turn your telephones to silent or off so that they don't interrupt the proceedings. The first part of regular Commissioner Court meetings is public input. This is a tradition that we cherish and we honor. What we do is we ask you to, if you want to talk about something that's on the agenda, we ask that you wait until that agenda item is called. The public input will be for things that are not on the agenda. And so far I've got four requests to speak, and one of them is on 1.30, which is the agenda item on the library. Another one is library, one is public input, and then I've got the one on the bond issue. So anyone that would like to address the court, your time will be limited to 3 minutes, but we'll do it from the podium. And so let me go ahead and call, I'm going to call Todd Bach first. And if you, Todd, identify your role and who you have with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Todd Bach, 155 Leaning Tree Lane. Today, I am here representing the community supporting Kerr County, which we are a political action committee organized to help support, to educate, and to assist the voters of Kerr County during this election. And at this time, I would like to recognize our PAC members and some you're very familiar with, which is your appointed CIP group that are in the crowd. We've got Brenda Hughes, we've got Pete Calderon, Charlie McElvain, and we are here basically to say thank you. We want to say thank you for the court's unanimous action that you took on August 15th of this year. You approved 3 measures. Those 3 measures were allowing for the sale of 3 general obligation bonds when approved by the voters of this county. They are Proposition A, which is your courthouse and your annexes. They're your indoor arena at the Hill Country Youth Exhibit Center and our animal control facility. And I know leading up to this journey, this is not a rush to decision. Each member of this court over 3 years ago appointed a CIP group of a diverse group of citizens, that went out and were charged to study the county's needs and facilities. They were charged to assess the county's facility needs. They went department by department over 11 total facilities that these departments operate under. Facility conditions, current use, proposed uses. And it took 3 years, and Commissioners, we just want to applaud you for taking a citizen's approach to this. What was being brought to you back by the CIP was by the voters and the taxpayers of this community. We are very proud, and I am very honored to be a part of this PAC and help be part of the leadership in order to go out and educate the voters and give them the needs that this county needs. And not only is this for a now, this will cover us for the next 30 years. Your CIP worked for 3 years with this local court. They worked with local professionals, community organizations, elected officials, county employees, and a mass of citizens before they brought these findings back to the courts that were before you. The 3 propositions before this community will address state legislative mandates, ADA compliances, along with increased operation of efficiencies, county revenues, customer service experience provided by the county employees to its citizens, and most of all, the safety and security of our citizens, county employees, and our community pets. We asked that everyone join us and support community supporting Kerr County. You can visit our website at kerrcountybond.org. Go through and download our voter's guide, which is put together to help educate the voters on this bond, show them the actual needs that we have to address. And we want you to know, commissioners, that your request for a vote on Proposition A, B, and C will get a yes from us. And we want to thank you, and we thank you for all the hard work. And I want to thank the CIP so much for their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got one other public input. Mr. Wolf?
Yes, I made a mistake. I need to change that to item 1.30.
We're happy to do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So with that, we will move on to commissioners' comments. Do we have another input?
For 1.30.
Okay, very good. So we'll move on to commissioners' comments. Commissioner Precinct 1.
I better wait.
I've been reading about you.
Have you?
Precinct 2.
I have nothing.
3.
Just a comment to anyone who is burning, the burn ban in precinct 3 anyway is still lifted, but there is a fire danger for today and tomorrow because of our first norther. I think it's a real strong one, but the humidities are going to go down, the winds are going to go up, so please no burning.
Yeah, dry air. Yeah, I attended the Hill Country Arts 50th anniversary festival the other day, along with you, Judge, and boy, there's a lot of people there. Lots of people, both days actually. My wife went back the second day. So anyway, well attended. 50 years, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, we're proud to host the Texas Arts and Crafts Fair, and 50th anniversary made it that much better.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I did one of the things that this weekend was the Kerr County Livestock, Hill Country District Junior Livestock Show Association fundraiser. I was unable to attend, and I was hoping to win some raffle. They'll probably do raffle tickets, but I haven't got a phone call yet this morning, so I'm still waiting. But it was everything I hear was a very good event. Big crowd. There's a lot of support for the use of that facility.
Yeah, it was packed. Okay, let's move on to our consideration agenda. First item is 1.1, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from the Kerrville Masonic Lodge number 697 to use the courthouse grounds for their 2023 charity car show fundraiser on April 1, 2023. Get you go to the podium. Just identify yourselves.
Just us, Brother Racines and myself, Billy Steele.
Okay.
We're representing the Kerrville Masonic Lodge here in the great town of Kerrville, beautiful hill country. What you have before you is we actually want to start doing an annual car show. Not that there's not enough car shows in Kerrville, but if you like old cars, and I can look at them all day, I just can't afford them. But anyhow, what we're trying to do is actually put together an event so we can support our community a little better with our charities, because that's what we're about, is helping our community. Last year we gave out a little over $10,000 in scholarships to our young budding leaders, hopefully, that wants to go to school and kind of educate themselves and be a contributing member to this great town. But we're asking to use the courthouse grounds. And you have before you actually submitted a little drawing and of course we're learning, so we don't know what's viable, what's not as far as up here, but we're just asking permission to hold this event here at the courthouse. One, it's the center of town. Two, why not bring people back into town to help the local businesses as well?
And I see you chose to do this on my son's birthday.
Well, I mean, we can honor him. We can make it a multi-event, if you will.
It's always fun when it's April Fool's Day.
But like I say, this is our first annual for the lodge. There's been several other lodges in the state of Texas that's done a few of these things, and they've been pretty successful at raising the charity funds for, like I said, the community. And this is kind of twofold. We're trying to get back out into the community to let them know, one, who we are and what we're about. And this is just the beginning for us. So we're requesting to use the grounds. And then, of course, what all comes with that, we're expecting you to let us know what we can and can't do.
Well, I think it's a very worthwhile undertaking, and I'll make a motion that we approve the use of the courthouse grounds for the Masonic Charity Car Show fundraiser on April 1st, 2023.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, we have talked about this and the use of the courthouse grounds, and we've turned people down, so why is this one different?
Well, I'm trying to remember which one we turned down.
I'm looking at the county attorney.
I don't remember who has been turned down specifically, but I think that they made, I didn't look at the application, but I think they made application in accordance with our.
On charitable events, we use.
Grounds use.
Yeah.
Well, I asked because I don't remember exactly, but I remember denying it.
It was probably controversial.
What we turned down was the lighting issue.
Which issue?
The lighting issue. The courthouse.
No, it was
Holidays.
we
It was
did
the
that.
farmer's market. It was
The farmer's market, that's what it was.
Oh.
So it was a for-profit,
Yeah.
that was a 501c3,
Was it?
but it was people selling stuff. We turned down a farmer's market, I do remember that, and they went over to the mall.
Right.
That,
We're not.
Which
The
turned
one
out
at the
even
mall?
better for them.
okay. Okay, maybe it was because it's a for-profit.
Yeah. Only thing I would say, you know.
Because people are gonna ask, why them and not somebody else?
Is that these events tend to have a cost to the county, and as long as they can structure it in a way that is no cost to the county and the setup and anything like that, I don't have a problem with it. But we need to coordinate with maintenance as to how it needs to be done. But it can't cost us anything.
Harley, I think the farmer's market deal, there was, some people came and talked to us and they felt like it was competing with one that was already established.
Well, and
Yeah, but there was also a lie told to us in the court.
that's right.
And so that's what got me set off.
Well, I was gonna say that there was a
Yes.
deception issue that was raised.
Right, that's, there you go.
Yeah.
Very,
But we did deny somebody, so I wanted to,
okay,
so I knew somebody here would remember.
But I don't want to deny them.
okay.
Yeah.
Nothing personal, Tom.
That's what this is about.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 1.2 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the interlocal agreement between Kerr County and the UGRA for water quality protection through feral hog management. Tara,
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Tara Bushnell with the Upper Guadalupe River Authority.
and this is your first official appearance before this court as the director.
I guess it's not officially October 1st, so next time.
Almost official.
We already had the retirement party though.
We
so
wanted to
it's
claim it.
official.
Ray's not doing much today.
This is an agreement that we've considered annually since December 2018 to partner with the county on feral hog management, and it outlines a way to continue to provide bounty payments for feral hog harvest as well as cooperate on trapping efforts.
Well, I move for approval. This is an ongoing thing that we've been doing since 2018, and my gosh, we don't want to give them any ground now that they're already increasing on us, but we've got to hold tight and continue doing it. It's a good work, good working relationship. with
Yes, so we've got
UGR
a
and
motion
the county.
and a second. Any discussion?
Are these numbers included in the Trapper report, or is this these are separate numbers? Because we get a trapper's report.
Separate.
These
Separate.
are,
Yeah.
yes, these are just the bounty.
And what are our numbers on this?
Well, I can give you our quarterly report. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we're at about 6,000, I
Okay.
think, tails. We do summarize the county trapper numbers as well, but I'll send you a copy of that.
I was trying to put them together.
Sure.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thanks, Tara.
Thank you very much.
Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to allow the placement of a life-size nativity set on the courthouse grounds near the large Christmas tree during the Christmas holiday season. Mr. Klima?
My name is Stephen Klima. I'm the operations manager at Hosanna Lutheran Church, which, if you don't know where we are, we're on South 16 at Camp Meeting Road, right across from River Hill Country Club. I have personally been involved with the manger scene for 16 years. I've been the one that heads it up to put it somewhere on the berm outside, so for more visibility to the traffic going by. In fact, we started on Earl Garrett in Junction Highway there as the parade comes by, and we thought, well, let's change that and move it out closer if we can to do that. We had a one-dimensional wooden manger scene that we put up for the last 14 years, I guess it is, and it's getting pretty weather beaten. And so through the generous donations of Mrs. Reichenau here and another donor, we have purchased a $15,000 life-size manger scene, 3-dimensional, which we would like to display on the courthouse lawn for 2 reasons. One is that last couple of years we've had it out here on the corner, and I'm afraid somebody might just come zipping through there and wipe out our new manger scene. The second thing is that we would like to express more of the story of Luke about the birth of Jesus on a placard there that will explain all that. It'll be a very beautiful display. I believe you have a picture of it there that was submitted, and we're asking for approval to do that.
I move for approval.
And I second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Is it going to be like the one in Comfort?
Not quite that big. The tallest figure is the angel, which is 6 foot, 72 inches. Have you seen pictures of it?
No.
I do have them if you want to see
There's a
them.
picture in the backup.
Yeah,
It's hard to get scaled.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out the size, that's all.
And again, the only request I would have would be that you coordinate with our maintenance department as to placement. They're kind of responsible for all of the placement of Christmas decorations.
Right. Well, yeah, fine, not a problem.
Okay. No other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Klima.
Thank you very much.
1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action concerning the purchase of a trailer to be used by Kerr Area Rural Fire Association, CARFA, to transport emergency rescue equipment. Commissioner Harris.
Yes, Brian Alexander came to me last week, and for the Swiftwater rescue, they have a lot of equipment and stuff, and they needed a trailer for it. And most of the trailers are running about 11,000, and they found one for 8,000. And they only have 4,000 plus in their account and in their budget account, and the seller was willing to take part this month and part next month, and in next year's budget, and so they needed approval for that. And so that's what I'd ask the court. So I move for approval.
I'll second that. I talked with Brian Saturday night.
Okay.
And what they're doing is they've got $4,000 in this fiscal year's budget, and the owners agreed to take that as kind of down payment on the trailer and let them pay off the rest when we start fiscal year 2023, October 1st. So that's why we split that one. But I think it's essential for them to be able to store that.
They got a lot of equipment they need to haul.
Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.5, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the repair of the sidewalk. It should be on the west side of the entrance to the courthouse. Shane Evans.
Yes, sir. I'm going to add the other east side as well. It's starting to drop as well.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
So both sides.
Both sides. So, in the process of trying to get bids, I have not received any bids. There's been several people, contractors I've contacted. Either they didn't return my calls but never showed up, and one so far that's only showed up to make a bid, and I have not received his bids yet. So I'm wondering if we should put that out, because doing both sides, it's going to be close to 50,000. I'm guesstimating at this point right now, but maybe we should put that out as an RFP, a request for proposals to do both sides.
If it's a risk of exceeding 50,000, I'd recommend, or very close to it, I'd recommend doing an RFP for it.
Yeah, I have no idea what that's gonna cost.
Didn't think we were talking that much, but if you think it may be that much, we should just do an RFP.
Well, concerning both sides,
Yeah.
that, and we, one side, we wouldn't have had to do an RFP, I don't think. But concerning now it's both sides, it needs to be done. Of course, it'd be done in stages, and one side complete, and then do the next side.
Right.
But
And for those that are at home and don't know what we're talking about a displacement in the concrete sidewalk and the foundation of probably at least 1.5 inches or 2. Wouldn't you say, Shane?
at least an inch, no less.
And so that we've got to get that corrected.
You trip on that real easily.
That's why we've got a cone out on it.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a lot of contractors locally that can do that type of work, so I'd recommend doing an RFP. Simple one. Thanks.
So that's a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to submit an RFP for the sidewalks on the east and west side of the courthouse with the level mud.
So back here by the funeral parlor, that sidewalk's terrible too.
Well, that's a public sidewalk.
I know that. That's a city sidewalk.
It's a city sidewalk.
Just wanted to mention that. So. Okay.
Well, we might have to take a look at that too. I don't know.
It's in
We
bad
can
shape.
just send that bill to the city. For those that don't know why we're laughing, the city councilman's sitting right here.
Leaving. Go tell them what we said.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. We have a timed item, a couple of timed items at 9:30. We're not quite there, so I'm going to skip down to item 1.8, which is to consider, discuss, and take. Have I got Bob here?
I didn't have to run this time, you know.
Consider, discuss, and take approve the appointment of election judges and alternates for the term of 1 year in accordance with the Texas Election Code. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. As the judge said, in accordance with Texas Election Code Section 32, I'd like the court to approve the appointment of alternate judges found in your backup material, being for precincts 303, 308, 404, 405, and 410, and a judge for precinct 211. These judges had not been appointed by the respective parties when I approached you at the last meeting.
So these are in addition to the ones we've already approved.
That is correct.
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the appointment of the election judges and alternates for a 1-year term as presented. Any discussion?
Who made the second?
I bet. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the central counting station personnel pursuant to the Texas Election Code.
Yes, sir. In accordance with Chapter 127.005 of the Election Code, I request the court to approve the appointment of an alternate judge, Mr. Ed Wallace, to work at the Central Counting Station on election night.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the central counting station personnel as presented. And let me just say about Ed Wallace, I saw him Saturday, or no, was it Friday night? Friday evening at the reception for the Texas Arts and Crafts Fair, playing the violin with the quartet. He is a Renaissance man, let me tell you. He really is. Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.10, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the inter-county travel policy for Kerr County Elections Department, effective October 1.
Yes, sir. If you'll recall, during our budget workshops, I requested to increase my budget line item 12-641-200, which is the election service expense fund. I requested an increase of $4,800. This increase was to reimburse my staff for the in-county use of their personal vehicles when performing essential job duties. As you'll recall, Fund 12 is a dedicated fund, which the revenue comes from the election services fees that I charge to various entities to hold the election, as well as the two political parties in the county. With the adoption of the 2022 and 2023 budget, I will be able to reimburse my staff for the use of their personal vehicles effective October 1. The attached policy was drafted by the county attorney with input from myself and the county auditor, and at this time I respectfully ask the court to approve this policy.
I move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the travel policy as presented. Any discussion?
Just clarify one thing, this is only for the elections department because of the amount of usage they do with their personal vehicles.
Yes, sir. And if you look in the policy, it's the last sentence, I will not be reimbursed for any of my use as an elected official. This is only for my staff.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item 1.11 quickly. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to amend the cover sheet of the 22-23 approved budget to include the current fiscal year adopted tax rate in accordance with the tax code.
Yes,
Michelle?
this is just a formality. Whenever we adopted the budget, the tax rate had not been adopted at that time, just proposed. And so all we're doing is changing the word proposed to adopted on the sheet. We've also added the county M&O rate and the lateral road rate to the list of the numbers that are there, or the rates that are there.
I move for approval.
One of you moved and one of you seconded.
Second.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
You get to pick.
Okay, we've got two 9:30 items, and let me just go ahead and call item 1.7 first, because that's somebody that's here from the public. That is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from Tybee High School to use Flat Rock Park on October 14 and 15 to host a high school cross-country meet. This will be a backup location. And you
Yes,
are
sir.
Mr. Taylor?
First off, I want to thank you guys for letting us use it the last 2 dates. It was wonderful. Shane and Greg were incredible hosts out there, and we had a lot of compliments from many other school districts that came about how wonderful the course was and the layout, and just really enjoyed it.
For the public, I need you to identify yourself. You are
Coach Taylor from Tybee High School.
very good.
We do have a scheduling issue with the current host site in Seguin. We had to move our date from the 12th to the 13th to our backup date because of the SAT test. So we're in need of a backup date and location. Tybee, our course here at Flat Rock seems to be the best, and that's what the other coaches are wanting. So I'm requesting that we get approval for October 14th and the 15th in the AM to use Flat Rock Park as our cross-country site for that district cross-country meet. This is only a backup location in case our Seguin location gets rained out.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve using Flat Rock Park as a backup location for the Tybee High School cross-country meet. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
I put item 1.6 on the agenda. Let me call that. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine office space for the new magistrate position. I can see we have one of JPs are here. Come on in.
There's some chairs over here, Judge and Judge.
I'm trying to get, for those that don't know, we put a new position in our budget this year for a new magistrate, which was an unfunded mandate by the state of Texas. meaning that they require us to do it, but they don't give us the money to do it. And we did that. Maybe wringing your wrist and gnashing of teeth, we got it done. But now I need a place for them to office. Where are we going to put them? That's what I'm trying to find out. And this will be a full-time magistrate, which will provide backup for the JPs at this point, other people that handle the magistration. I think we've got the municipal judge that does that too. But they would be a full-time magistrate. And what makes the most sense is for them to be somewhere close to the jail, because that's where they're going to be doing their magistrating, the way I understand it. I went over, took a look last week to see how it was all going to work. And so we've got to find a place to put them. So that's what I'm really trying to get input from the JPs.
Ready for us?
Hmm?
All right. Speak from here.
No, podium.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen, for the opportunity just to give a little bit of input on this problem solving that we're doing this morning.
Let me introduce him. This is J.R. Hoyne. He's our JP Precinct 2.
Thank you, Judge. I understand that one of the possible locations would be the visiting judge's office or desk that's in the back of the Justice of the Peace courtroom, and possessive of the space that we have right now. So I would ask that the court perhaps explore as many options as possible, and I would ask you to stay away from that particular area at this time, mainly for logistical challenges that I think would occur if you were to put a full-time office in that little spot that's essentially right in the middle of our office there. It is an active workspace for us. It acts as a conference room for trials, pre-trials, meetings that we're having. Sometimes in court we'll step out into that little area to get business done. Our part-time clerk uses that when she's assisting Misty, my clerk. There's a computer back there that we use, and we'll certainly put her back there. That's the space that we have when we're needing some help. Of course, originally I think that was the visiting judge's room as were described by the blueprints, and so we've got visiting judges, the JPs, district judges come by and use that to set up before they head into the courtroom, which is right outside that doorway. It's used by constable, and it was at one time as well, part-time. They're in the field most of the time, but the phone and the desk is useful, having them close to us since we work so closely together. Constable use is also something that we utilize it for. There's a storage closet back there, a little break room. We store all kinds of things. And it's also our only space for storage. Back in JP2, it's office supplies, paper, inquest records. There's just a lot of things that we use that for, and thus it's a thoroughfare, really, for our office back to the sheriff's office. I go through that door into my courtroom. My bench is right there off to the right. And so it's not a quiet place to be. As much travel as we, not only my office, but folks from the sheriff's office come in to speak with us and do business. I think one of the concerns, and along those lines, or the concern, is just the spillover of having a full-time person in that space. The potential for noise and disturbances. There's a little story, the sound carries. The sheriff's office is a busy place, a lot of people talking, yakking, laughing, business as usual, no problem with that. But even sometimes the noise will come in when we're having a court or having a trial, and the noise will come in from the hallway through the jury room into our courtroom. So we've got to close the jury room door, oddly enough, because sometimes, again, the noise from people working can be disturbing to the court. And like I mentioned, the bench and the chambers are close by to that particular office. Again, there's a lot of noise that's carried. And I think there's also going to be a distraction to whoever that magistrate is right there. It's a small room. With all the traffic that we have going in there, I think it wouldn't be very fair for that person to be placed right in that very spot. It's a beaten pathway, I guess is how I describe that, to all these other locations that people come and go. Plus, I think this would add to the clerk's workload. We're looking at, I've got a clerk that does the work of about 1.75 clerks. She's just amazingly efficient and busy, gets a lot done. And I think putting that magistrate back in that office is just going to lead to more phone calls for her, more visitors coming through our desk or our lobby, because that's where the new magistrate is. He's in the JP2 office, or she. And so I have some concerns about my clerk's workload. Gentlemen, essentially I think that we're placing a 5th justice of the peace right in the middle of our workspace, and I think we're going to be right on top of each other. I like a calm and orderly place in my courtroom. The decorum, I think, is important for my office and in my court, and I think that there's some potential for distractions and disruptions there. I'd also paint you a picture that there are options. I certainly know that you're looking at any possibilities back in the jail, but I also have spoken with my constable, who's now got an office over in the CID room, and he has agreed to swap offices if necessary, and perhaps we can place the magistrate across the parking lot. Not as convenient as that room would be to walk right into the hall and down to the jail, but it's just right across the parking lot. But it would add that privacy that I think is essential for anybody that's running a magistrate's office and doing magistrate business, and just logistically just be a better thing, in my opinion. But that's where we're coming from, and I appreciate you gentlemen letting me speak this morning. Any questions?
I have a question. Last time you were here, Judge, you didn't think there was a need for the magistrate. So evidently this has changed.
Well, I'm certainly busy. I magistrated last week. I cleared my whole week out. We got it done, and it's certainly doable. So do we need one? Define the term need. Is it nice to have some help? Because essentially what could be an hour's worth of work turns into 3 or 4, or maybe if it's a 2-hour 3, what would have been a 2 or 3 hour day turns into 6 or 8 hours worth of work. So the help, when I heard that it was going to be possible, we're going to get some help in doing some of this magistration, I'd support that. But I still think that JPs can get it done. It's just more work.
As I recall, last time Judge Mitchell was the main advocate for it, and you didn't think it was necessary. And I'm just trying to figure out what's changed. And the other question would be, based on that comment also, does it need to be a full-time position? Or would a part-time position fill?
Well, my understanding is not just magistration, but there's also going to be a lot of administrative work, for lack of a better term, I apologize, maybe some bean counting and a lot of that stuff. So
I think it's input, isn't it? Putting information into the system.
Data entry, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Data entry.
Yeah, and that's all part of the justice of the peace, or the magistrate's duties once you get there. And the jail's been doing a great job of just getting some of that initial, like FBI, SID numbers entered for us, but it's still tedious as heck. But if you concentrate, don't talk to the jailers when they're back there, and just kind of put your head down and your horse blinders on, then you can get that job done reasonably quickly. But it's still a load.
Up there. This is Kathy Mitchell's JP3.
Good morning. Another reason, Commissioner Letts, is when the district judges and the county court at law judge, when they do bond conditions, let's say somebody's indicted, they do bond conditions, they get off of probation, there's a protective order placed on them. That protective order goes away within a certain length of time. They do it for 2 years or whatever. They have to have somebody to get that information to, that protective order is no longer in place. And so that they can notify the sheriff's office. It's happened in the past to where somebody's protective order was gone. Somebody was arrested for the violation of the protective order. It was gone. So we violated their rights. Well, we didn't, but it was done. And so the judges wanted somebody, one person, to send this to. County court at law judge, 2 district judges, send this information to so they can notify the sheriff's office. These bond conditions no longer exist, so that we don't have anything like that happen. So that's another issue, and that's what the district judges and the county court at law judge were concerned about. So instead of going to 6 different magistrates trying to find out who we get this information to, because the only time we would have to input that is if we were aware of it. So they'd have to send it to 6 different ones, trying to guess who was on call. This way they have one person to send it to. So that's another reason.
And I understand the need for it, and that's why we put it in the budget. But we were kind of waiting to figure out exactly how it was going to work and what was needed and how much additional work it is, and my understanding is that a lot of the software is being modified to help ease the input requirements. I don't think it's been done yet completely, but it's being done. But I'd hate to have a full-time position when it's still a little bit in flex. And I'd be much more inclined to go with a part-time position and see how that goes, if possible. And housing it, I have no idea.
Well, the last time I was on call, not this last time, the time before, I had 95 indictments, 95, that has to be input into that computer. You're spending 5 to 6 hours at the jail. In the meantime, I'm getting calls for unattended deaths, emergency detention orders, warrants for arrest, and I'm being pulled 25 different directions and spending 6 hours at the jail. It can't be done. I mean, it's being done, but it's too stressful.
I guess I'm trying to, I know your schedule is very busy, but I look at Judge Horn, and his is not, his comment is different, and Judge Ragsdale, I think, is indifferent from what
to most things.
The item is just about space and not about the full-time or part-time position. It is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine office space for new magistrate position.
Right, okay.
Such as
Boundaries.
boundaries, that's right.
Basically, we've got another layer of bureaucracy. We're not sure where this is going to take us. It's an unfunded mandate. We got to at least have a part-time person. Don't know where to put them. I agree with Commissioner Letts that it'd be nice to hire somebody part-time and ease into it, see how that's going to work. If it requires something more, then
But we still need an office.
Do I? Still need an office.
My point,
I'm
my
saying,
point
you
is,
know.
I wanted to get everybody together so we talked logistically, where are we going to put this person?
Right.
And they're going to be at the jail doing the magistrating during the daylight hours, the 9 to 5.
So JR discussed one option. What other options are there?
Well, he discussed two.
Oh, the two? Oh.
He discussed one, put it in CID, which I'm not in favor of, because that seems like that's a conflict of interest to me. The other is to fit it in his space, and he doesn't like that option, and I understand it. I think that's very reasonable. So I'm not sure what other options are available out there.
Other than CID, I went through with Chief Deputy last week. We can get a closet in CID, might be able to get a closet in the jail, which hasn't gone into the jail itself, an office in there. But
Sheriff,
the only thing I saw were 2 closets.
Sheriff, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, Judge, I know you looked with Chris in that one that's a office. That wouldn't be good at all, definitely. That's actually an interview room. I don't know if he took you back in. There's an interview room for that, and we house our ammunition. What I do, climate controlled storage is very valuable. That's one thing. Like the JP said over there in the CID building, I've got some offices 2, 3, one office with 5 people. I know I definitely wouldn't support a part-time office for a nice valuable space like that, because I could use it. I'm open-minded to it. If the constable wants to move over there, I'm not crazy about it, but I understand if you don't need space, but definitely not at a part-time. I can't give up a good office for a part-time employee when I got 2, 3, and 5 people in an office.
Well, what I saw there, because I did that whole campus where the sheriff's office is. There was the closet back in the jail part that you've got to go into the jail to get to. There was the old constable's office, which is where Judge Hoyne is, which he talked about. And then over across the driveway in CID, there was a closet over there that we could empty out and try to put somebody in. And those were the only 3 choices I saw. But I think it's important that this person be on that campus. We don't want them here at the courthouse. Then they got to drive back and forth to do the magistration, and we just get into another mess.
I guess what I'm thinking about putting it in the sheriff's department is, I view this as kind of like a judge. And is it proper to put a judge in with the investigators? That seems a little bit awkward to me. I mean, that seems like it's a bad solution to put the judge next to in with the police or the sheriff's department.
Now, we talked about, and Judge Horn, you brought this up, that you had magistrated people via Zoom and doing it online, as I recall.
That's correct.
Is that a thing that,
During the COVID
right,
era.
could we use that for these? Was it effective? First of all, was that effective? Was it okay? Did it work?
It worked. We did it in a couple different ways. One would have been we sat at our magistration desk and they brought the fellows that were in jail into another room, and we actually magistrated them even though we were in the same building on a screen. My understanding also was that one of the municipal judges also did it from his office. Is that correct? And so we actually did it from wherever his office. I don't think he did it from the municipal court, but it was done remotely while the guys in jail were still at jail. That magistrate action, the magistration took place at the whatever office space that he was using.
So we've already done it and it worked okay. Judge
okay.
Mitchell, you think it worked all right?
When we magistrated at the jail, everything was being recorded. Okay, so if you're here at the courthouse and you're magistrating, we have to, if you're arrested for a misdemeanor, you have to save that magistration for like 30 days. If felony, 90 days. And the way things are going right now, it's even longer. So it'd have to be a way of recording it, and I have got mine set up to be able to do it that way. So by doing it by Zoom, you have an external drive, and you can record it on that, and it's goes to my external drive, so we're not using the county's, our webpage, our site.
Let me interrupt you.
Okay.
You're talking about IT issues. I'm talking about whether or not it was
is
efficient.
feasible, but there's things that IT has to do and you have to do to make it feasible.
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, understandable. But you don't have to be in the same room or across the glass from somebody or however it's done, face to face. You can do it
Right,
via
but
video.
there again, it's gonna put work on the jail staff.
Right, but that gives us options.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, we don't need to take action today, but we need to work on this. And the office that is in, that JR is talking about, Judge Hoyer, is right off the lobby going into the sheriff's office. And it was the constable's office once upon a time. I remember the days when it was the constable's office. But it also adjoins his office space. But it's that space is available there. We're going to have to make a choice on one of these.
Nothing will be ideal.
Absolutely.
But
we're the county.
The remote seems like the most viable.
If it got set up properly, I think that could work, and then it doesn't matter where you're at. You could be at the West Kerr Annex, and you could do it from there. As long as it gets done, it gets done.
I mean, from the options that I've heard, that seems to make the most sense.
Everything has to be recorded electronically anyway, paperwork and all that. I mean, you don't walk a manila folder across the office anymore. You just file it online. Everybody has access to it. And the video likewise and so on. So, for, defense purposes and all of that.
Well, why don't we kick this can down the road and revisit it? Do a little bit more research.
And I think it would probably be good to put on maybe the next agenda or soon as to the viability of part-time versus full-time. Because and to have some, I just don't know.
I agree.
Because I hear two different things from two different JPs right now.
Right.
And there's two other JPs that aren't here, so I'm not sure of their opinion. And it's, anyway, I'd like to get that input. It's in the budget for a full-time position, but I think we need to make sure we're doing the right thing.
Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and we'll start on item 1.12.
Gentlemen, Jake, you're welcome to stay. You're going to start like watching paint, all right? Thank you.
Court is back in session. I want to advise people that are here to talk about the library, the item 1.30 on the agenda. We have timed agenda items, and we have 11 timed agenda items, which we have to hear before we can go to the untimed. 1:30 is an untimed. And there are not only those 11 that go all the way through 10:15, it's going to probably take us 30 minutes or more. There's another 8 ahead of 1:30 that are not timed. So we're probably looking at an hour before we're going to get to that. I just wanted everybody to be as comfortable as you can. So with that, let's go ahead and start the timed items at 10 o'clock. First one is 1.12, a public hearing for a proposed cancellation of Tract 7, 52.82 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision. This is a public meeting. I call to order. Is there anyone who would like to appear, make a presentation to the court? There being none, then I will adjourn the public meeting and we'll move on to item 1.13, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a cancellation of Tract 7, 52.82 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. In your packet is a letter from Vocal Land Surveying requesting the court cancel Tract 7, 52.82 acres out of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision, Volume 4, page 27. Their client, Texas Apache Trace, LLC, has purchased Tract 7, and they wish to add it to their proposed development, Apache Trace. It's a 500-acre, 80-lot residential subdivision off of FM 479, adjacent to said tract. County, and we just had a public hearing, no one spoke. The county engineer requests the court approve the cancellation of Tract 7, 52.82 acres of the Theodore and Dorothy Ayler Estate Subdivision, Volume 4, page 27, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve cancellation of Tract 7, the 52.82 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision. Discussion. Charlie, run those numbers by me again. Apache Trace is how many acres and how many lots?
Apache Trace is 80 lots, and it is roughly 500 acres.
And where is it?
This is off of FM 479.
479.
Yes, sir.
Discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Moving on to item 1.14. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set a public hearing for November 14, 2022 at 10 a.m. for a proposed cancellation of Tract 11, which is 57.16 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you. Attached is a letter from Vocal Land Surveying request the court cancel Tract 11, 57.16 acres out of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision, Volume 4, page 27. Their client, High Point Land Investments, LLC, have purchased Tract 11, and they wish to subdivide it into a 3-lot subdivision to be known as Hidden Draw Ranch Subdivision with access from FM 479. The county engineer recommends that the court set a public hearing for November 14th, 2022 at 10 a.m. for a proposed cancellation of Tract 11, 57.16 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision, Volume 4, page 27, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the cancellation of Tract 11, 57.16 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate Subdivision. Any discussion?
Question. So I guess their intent is that they, rather than go through the revision of plat process, they think this is a cleaner process to cancel it and then do a new subdivision?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Next item is item 1.15. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to conditionally approve a revision of plat for Hartshorn Country Sites, site number 2, with the condition that the city of Kerrville approve and sign the plat. Mr. Hastings.
A small portion, 0.07 acres of site number 2 was previously conveyed to the adjacent property without revising the plat. This proposal corrects the error by revising the plat for part of site number 2 as it currently exists into site number 2R, 2.08 acres. Road frontage will remain on Hartshorn Drive. It is in Kerrville's ETJ and must be approved by both entities. The county engineer requests the court conditionally approve a revision of plat for Hawthorne Country site, site number 2, with the condition that the city of Kerrville approve and sign the plat, volume 1, page 69, precinct 1. And my understanding is that Drew Paxton with the city will go to the county clerk's office to sign that plat while it stays in her possession.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the approval of the revision of plat of Hartshorn Country site, site number 2, as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Moving on. Next one is item 1.16. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on November 14, 2022 for revision of plat for Soledad Springs Estates Lot 15. Mr. Hastings.
This proposal divides Lot 15, 7.18 acres, into 2 lots with a well tract. Lot 15A will be 2.13 acres fronting on Gabe Road. Lot 15B will be 5.01 acres fronting on Gabe Road and Sierra Road. The well tract will be 0.04 acres and it will be accessed through a private well access easement. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on November 14, 2022 for a revision of plat for Soledad Springs Estates Lot 15, Volume 3, page 112, Precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the revision of plat for Soledad Springs Estates Lot 15. Any discussion? There being none, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on November 14, 2022 for a revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates, Section 2, Lot 26. Mr. Hastings.
This proposal divides Lot 26, currently 10 plus acres, into 2 lots. Lot 26N will be 5 plus acres and Lot 26S will be 5 plus acres. Frontage for both lots will be on Kerrville Country Drive. The lots may be served by a water system or a private well. These lots are located in Kerrville's ETJ. Since both lots are over 5 acres, this proposal may be exempted from platting through the city of Kerrville. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on November 14, 2022 for a revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates Section 2, Lot 26, Volume 4, page 131, Precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the revision of plat, setting a public hearing for a revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates, Section 2, Lot 26, for November 14 at 10 a.m. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next is 1.18, the public hearing for the court to give the name of, this is Gillenshaw Road, to a 0.6 mile private access easement road. Said road is off of 277 Hassenwinkel Road and serves as the only access to Hassenwinkel Road for all 3 lots of the 800-acre Hall Ranch subdivision. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you.
Public meeting?
Public hearing, yes.
Anyone here to talk about Gillenshaw Road?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Judge Kelly, Commissioner Sharp.
My name's Darius Kirk Gillenshaw. Charlie was gracious enough to call me and give me the news. A little bit of history. My grandfather, Thomas Kirk Holsworth, ran the gas station on the corner here. Bessie Holsworth taught and hunt. My mother, Mary Elizabeth Holsworth, grew up on the ranch and loved it till her last breath, and it is now with us as we go on to the next generation. Charlie was gracious enough to remind us that Holsworth Drive has already been taken, and so we came up with the name Gillenshaw Road. So thank you guys for consideration.
Nice to hear the history.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
That's public hearing.
Oh, just public hearing.
Oh, it's public hearing for us, right?
We did the public hearing. Now we move on to item 1.19, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to give the name of Gillenshaw Road to a 6/10 of a mile private access easement road Said road is off 277 Hassenwinkel Road and serves as the only access to Hasselwinkel Road for all 3 lots of the 800-acre Hall Ranch subdivision.
Hall Ranch subdivision is a proposed 800-acre, 3-lot subdivision off of Hassenwinkel Road in Precinct 3. A concept plan for this subdivision was presented to the court in December of 2021. A preliminary plat in February 2022. The construction plans are complete and the final plat was approved in September of 2022, just a few weeks ago. Hall Ranch has a 0.9-mile privately maintained road, and they have named it Gillenshaw Road on the approved plat. This road connects to Hassenwinkel Road through a 0.6-mile long private access easement road that runs through the property located at 277 Hassenwinkel Road. The said private access easement road, although commonly referred to as Gillenshaw Road, is currently officially unnamed, which presents a public health, safety, and welfare issue concerning emergency services being able to locate the proposed subdivision road. Therefore, the county engineer recommends that the court give the name of Gillenshaw Road to a 0.6-mile private access easement road. Said road is off of 277 Hassenwinkel Road and serves as the only access to Hassenwinkel Road for all 3 lots of the 800-acre Hall Ranch subdivision in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare as recommended by Kerr 911, Precinct 3.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve naming the 0.6 of a mile road, Gillenshaw Road, for the Hall Ranch subdivision as presented. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gillenshaw, for coming today. Appreciate it.
Right. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.20, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the proposed FY 22-23 Engineering Department fee schedule. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you. Kerr County Engineering Department was created in June of 2016, and as such, does not charge plating fees for engineering review of plats and plans or construction inspection. Attached in your packet is a comparison of plating fee schedules from counties as selected by the Commissioner's Court, including a proposed plating fee for the Kerr County Engineering Department. Since each county uses slightly different terminology in their fee schedule, the comparison table has been constructed in a way to account for those differences to obtain reasonable comparisons. I'm sorry, I can't speak today. Trying to make it apples to apples as best as we could. The following counties are in the comparison table: Kerr, Bandera, Kendall, Chambers, Medina, Atascosa, Wilson, Williamson, Guadalupe, Comal, and Hayes. Kerr County Engineering Department also processes floodplain development and driveway permits. Proposed updates to those fees are reflected in the 2022-23 proposed fee schedule. This is for consideration and possible action from the court. I've not ever done a fee schedule before, so this is the first one.
It's like you took the right route, comparing and everything. I think it's long overdue.
Me too.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the engineering department's fee schedule as presented. Any discussion?
Yeah, my only concern is, to me, it's a little bit expensive. I like the process. I think $1 per foot is high. And I think the amount, I don't think we should subsidize developers, but at the same time, if you just look at the chart that Charlie forwarded, it would give the county the total of $194,000 for what we did. Was it this year, last year, in the last 12 months?
Yes, sir.
And that seems
9 months.
Last 9 months.
Yes, sir.
That seems like a lot. That basically, we're asking the developers to pay for basically most of that engineering department, almost the entire engineering department. To me, it seems high. I would prefer to go to either 75 cents or 50 cents a foot, but that's just my preference.
There are 3 options on there. And option A is representative of what the actual costs are to the engineering and road and bridge department. It's not conservative in the sense that it's a big number. It's conservative that it's a low number, but what it comes out to is about $5,000 a mile for us to review construction plans, the plat, the plans, and all of the construction inspection that goes with afterwards. For example, Mystic Ridge is just down the street. It's on Spur 100. I think I was out there 8 or 9 times last week. 8 or 9 times. And what we'd really like to do with these fees once they're collected is be able to hire a third-party inspector. That way, if development is big, then we have funds to fund that, and then when development dies back down, which I imagine one of these days it will, we won't need to hire a third-party inspector.
Don't plan on that anytime soon, Charlie.
Okay. Well, but anyway, that is, it does, the dollar per foot, it matches up, and it costs us more than $1 a foot, but for all intents and purposes, $1 a foot is a good number. And that comports with what some other counties are doing. I didn't see anything higher than that. I will say this, there are some counties that they charge per lot. And when you have a subdivision that has no roads, but they have a lot of lots, that's not fair. Right. I'm not in favor of that at all. It doesn't reflect the value. The value is if a developer comes in and they build a road and they build storm drainage and they're putting infrastructure in the ground, that costs a lot of money to go and inspect. There's a lot of money that the developer's spending to install those, and it takes a lot of time from our department to review it, make sure it goes in correctly. And that's what this does. So people are curious what the formula would be. $550 plus $1 per linear foot of road plus $25 per lot. Compared to, I've seen others, $300 a lot. $3,000 plus $300 a lot. And that just doesn't, if you just do it by lot and $300 a lot, things get out of whack real quick.
So you've got a base fee, Charlie?
Of $550.
For the filing, that's $550.
It's not for filing, it's, these are county engineering fees, so when I get a set of plans and I review them, I'm spending a lot of time on that. The $550 covers reviewing the plat and the plans for a subdivision. That's a base fee. And then if they don't have any roads, then after that, it's $25 a lot. And if they do have roads and drainage, then it's $1 per linear foot of road.
Charlie, which one of these lots, subdivisions was the one out? I think it's maybe the hideout. It was out there, maybe it's talking about hideout. It's the one that, where there was a long road built, they were gonna divide it into 3 lots, I think, and then they decided to just do 1 lot, because they wanted to be able.
Well, Hall Ranch is like that, that's only 3 lots, and it's.
Yeah, but I'm thinking this is out in the western part of the county where there was a long road that went to it, and there was a couple of, I know we had to do a drainage study, and there was a couple of low water crossings that John Hewitt.
Oh, Hirsch Ranch.
That's Hirsch Ranch?
Yes. That's got 2 lots in it right now. But they've got 3 miles of road.
See, that's that's the one that bothers me. It's a private road, going back, and to do that's going to be $32,000 in fees. And I understand that that just seems like that's a high fee for 2 lots.
That'd be 17.6 at $1 a foot.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on Camp Verde.
Creekside, the right above it was.
Even 17.6 is high. Like I say, I agree. I support we've been way undercharging, no question. To me, it's just whether $1 a foot's too high. I think it's a little high, but.
Well, if they think high, can't they just ask us to waive part of it?
We have an option. Well, whether road is private or public, it's the same amount of time for me to go out and do inspections.
I know.
I still, at the end of the day, have to confirm that they built it to our standards.
I contend these guys are stretched pretty thin, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon. And I'm comfortable with it.
I am too. I think we need to get the standardized fee schedule in place.
I agree with that. The dollar amounts that I have a problem with.
It's what the other counties are doing. It seems to me that we're right in the middle of it.
Well, it's not always a good thing to do, just follow the other guys.
Well,
I know that.
But in this case, I think it is for the entire department here.
I tend to agree with Jonathan. I mean, establishing this, and it's new, it's something that we haven't done. What if we went strictly with the foot amount and not have the filing fee or the other way around?
Well, I think the filing fee is standard for
Filing
everything.
fees are handled through Jackie's office.
Yeah.
So there are no filing fees in this at all. This is just 100% what it is costing, what the taxpayers are right now paying
The
for
$550.
this engineering department to do these reviews.
The $550.
$550 is yes sir, a base fee.
Right.
Now, that gets, no matter if the plat is one lot or it's 100 lots, we're spending $550 between my time and Bobby's time, getting everything lined out to bring it to court and review it and make sure it meets standards, etc.
Are these fees supposed to be going to a dedicated fund for the county engineering, or is it just the general fund of the county?
That could be the general fund.
General fund.
I would be willing to back off to the 75 cents and then readdress it a year from now. Or
It'd be nice to measure it as real cost.
That's, you good with that?
I live with that.
So is that an amended motion?
Yes. Well, did we pick out A, B, or C on this?
That would be 75 would be.
I think B gives you the ability still to, for example, all the work that we've had this year, we could easily hire 3 inspectors outside to come and try to cover everything in the county. And I think B for sure would get you 2.
I wouldn't want to drop
2 of those inspectors for sure, maybe a third, maybe.
And I support what they're doing. I mean, the concept of hiring outside inspectors. And as Charlie knows, I mean, we're a lot lower than, I know, at least one of our neighboring counties. This new would be.
Yeah.
Again, these fees would, it's not retroactive to the developments that are under review right now or that are already being constructed. This would apply towards, I don't know when it would go into effect. I would think it should go into effect October 1.
Is there a
with
second
the new budget?
to your motion?
That was the second.
Yes.
To the amended motion?
I'll second the amended motion.
Can we have it effective October 1 with the fiscal year? So I think fee schedules typically go with your fiscal year.
I'm fine.
That's
Does that
fine.
sound right?
Yeah.
And it's option B. Going with option B.
That's the motion, the amended
75
motion.
cents.
I'll vote for it, but it ought to be $1 a foot. And I want to be able to bring it up again next year, talk about it again.
Can I go through the whole fee schedule then, just to make sure? Okay, so voluntary preliminary plan application would be $100. Manufactured home rental community development plan application would be $550 plus 75 cents per linear foot of road plus $25 per space. Condominium plan application would be $550 plus 75 cents per linear foot of road plus $25 per space. Final plat application, which includes construction plans if applicable, would be $550 plus 75 cents per linear foot of road plus $25 per lot. An amending plat application, $100. Cancellation of subdivision application, $100. Revision of plat application, $100. Non-standard plat or variance, $100. Construction plan review that is not associated with the plat, which we had one of those just the other day for Stewart Jenkins Road, $550 plus 75 cents per linear foot of road. Floodplain residential development permit application remains the same, it's still $200. Floodplain commercial development permit application remains the same, it's still $400. Floodplain erosion control development permit application, $75. That's up from $55 to $75. Floodplain zone 8E determination, $75. That remains the same. Floodplain septic only development permit application. They still need to go get a septic permit from the Kerr County Environmental Department, but this is where, that's all we're doing. We have a house, it's not in the floodplain, but we've got a septic system that has to go in the floodplain. $75. That's new. Before we had to revert to either the residential or the commercial fee of $200 or $400, and that just didn't seem right. And then driveway permit application, currently we charge $0. We want to charge $25 for a driveway permit application.
And to clarify, we had the department head for environmental health look at these that said include septic.
She said to revise it so that I take the word septic out of the residential development permit application and the other. I've reworded it so that it reads cleaner. And I have that one in front of me. I think y'all have the one that
I just wanted to make sure.
Needed to remove the parenthetical information.
Because I agree with you. I thought that was a good catch that she had.
She was a real good catch. It would have caused an issue, I guarantee it. Yeah. She's sharp.
Okay, we've got an amended motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just a quick comment, and I'm fine with this, but we have talked at one point about another, at least, I don't know if you need a permit or whatever, but for a mailbox. And I know that gets involved with the postal service. I think we need to look at that. I think we need to really look at that because I know there are mailboxes in my precinct that are safety hazards. And I think that I'm not sure what we can do. Maybe the county attorney needs to help us with this. But between our regulations and postal regulations as to what can be there, and if it's going to be close to the road, they need to be breakaway. And there are many that are not. So it is something to put on your radar for Wood Charlotte.
Any other discussion?
I just want to thank you, Charlie, for the way that you laid this out.
Yeah.
It was very good, and we appreciate the rigor that you go through with everything you do, and any money's going to be better than what we had last year, so.
Well, I like the approach that we're going to collect some money so that we can pay people to help Charlie's department.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Clarification, what department is collecting the fees?
We're not set up to collect fees. Can we get Jackie to collect those for us?
Just give them the bill and bring it
We
on.
really aren't set up for it. People have to coordinate just to come meet with us right now. And then there's some awkwardness if they're visiting with Road and Bridge, and we're just not set up to collect fees. We do collect fees now for floodplain, but we don't do near the volume of permitting on floodplain.
So logistically, you got to figure out where you're going to send them, what they're going to do, and what kind of form. And so
that would be our preference, though, is to have something like that, unless there's an online way for people to pay.
Well,
But that's not before the court today.
Right.
This is just approving the fee schedule.
Just the fee schedule, but Jackie's right, we do need to cover.
Right.
Plus, you don't have a receipt.
Who would collect.
You don't have a receipt book out there, so.
We have a receipt book, and it's really old-fashioned, and people grimace when we say cash or check. They just do. And it's just, we're not set up.
You know, I was sitting here looking at her expression while you were talking, and I was wondering, what is the matter?
Change the colors.
She's getting way ahead of us. Who's going to collect the money?
I was thinking of it, too. That's why I was so quick on the draw.
Okay. So we've got the engineering department fee schedule before us at this point. Any other discussion? Those in favor of approving it, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Good. We're taking a 10:05 timed item now, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action and receive clarification on how to proceed with the annual bid award for delivered fuel. Bid was opened under item 1.24 on the September 12, 22 Commissioners Court agenda. Ms. Hoffer.
I think we're going to pass on this.
Pass?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll go to the 10:15 timed item. And this is the last timed item that we have. So it's 1.22, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to receive an update on the East Kerr County Centerpoint Wastewater Collection Project, including budget, schedule, and progress.
Thank you, Judge. And we have Don Berger here with Tetra Tech. He's going to give the presentation.
Okay.
I have the presentation up on the monitor there. Just a second here so I can see what I'm looking at too. This is just an update to tell you what's going on with the East Kerr Centerpoint Wastewater Collection Project, what our status is, and
just to keep you up to date with as we near completion of the construction of the most recent phases, how the project's doing, both from a physical standpoint, where we are in completion, but also from a financial standpoint, where we stand with the funds that have been procured and that sort of thing, what we've spent today and what we have. Next slide. So just a quick reminder, the purpose of the project was to solve some problems and issues with malfunctioning septic systems that pose a health hazard and a nuisance, as well as a water quality hazard. Originally, when this project was, during the inception of the project, Clean Water State revolving funds were sought to help solve these types of problems. And what's important about that is that fund, the Clean Water State revolving fund, was established under the United States Clean Water Act to solve these types of problems, these types of environmental problems. And so this project fit right in line with that source of funding. So the project scope is about 27 miles of new sewer, ranging in size from 6-inch to 15-inch, with 11 lift stations, 6 miles of force main, and will add approximately 900 sewer service connections to the project. The project also included expansion of the Comfort Wastewater Treatment Plant and improvements in Kendall County to get the wastewater from the Center Point area and region to Kendall County and to that treatment plant. Next slide. This is just a map of the overall project scope. And so you can see here on the map that there's a good 10 and a half miles of width in the project, and that it's more or less a linear project, but the focus has been on the Center Point community and those areas around, but also included in the projects were a couple of other neighborhoods with problems between Center Point and Comfort. But all of the properties being served sewer by this project are all in Kerr County. So we're not serving any properties outside of Kerr County. Next slide. Trying to go back, see if it comes back up. Well, I'm not sure what went wrong with the slide there. The project cost and source of funds. So let's see if I can describe it to you. The total cost of the project, the total funding that we have for the project is about $63 million. That funding is 16% from loans from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, 40% from the EDAP program, the Economically Disadvantaged Areas program from the state of Texas. 40% of that is grants from EDAP, and 37% is loan forgiveness from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and then about 4% is EDAP loans, and then another 4% is grants from the Texas Department of Agriculture, which are the grants to actually make connections to low to moderate income properties. Those funds are being spent with about 75% of the total funds being spent on construction itself. The other 25% is spent on special services, basic engineering, administration, fiscal services, and then there's about 8% in contingencies that we have hardly touched at all. Next slide. So the project status, phase 1 of the construction, which included expansion of the wastewater treatment plant in Comfort, is complete. Phase 2 and phase 3 are under construction. Anticipate both phases to be substantially complete somewhere around Thanksgiving. Basically, November 25th is what our contractor's current schedule indicates. Contractor is D. Garrett Construction out of the Austin area, and they have the contracts for both phase 2 and for phase 3. We do have portions of Phase 2 that are considered substantially complete, where the contractor has begun connecting homes to the collection system in those areas already. And that would be what we call area C and D. C and D is south of downtown Center Point in Birdie Creek, Elm Pass Road area, Riverview Drive in that area. In Phase 3, we have one area that is considered substantially complete, and that's the infrastructure for what we call Area J, which is the westernmost portion of the project out in Hill River Country Estates. So that area, we're hooking up services and homes in that area as well. So this will we'll get rid of a lot of septic systems out there, and that's fairly densely developed and populated area, so it's really needed there. We also have a contract that is funded wholly by the Texas Department of Agriculture funds, known as the Wastewater Service Connections Project. We have a different contractor on this. It's Cromex Construction. This contract we expect to be completed by April 22nd of next year, sooner probably, but that is our deadline date for completion with the TDA. So that's what our expected completion date is. This is the project that we came to you before that was put on hold until we could get part of the DeGarra work, Phase 2 and Phase 3 construction, substantially complete so that they can make connections. So, next slide. So the funding status so far.
I have a question before we get off those. The question that I've had a lot recently are roads. At what point will the roads be completely redone? Or not completely redone under the contract?
Yeah, the road work under the contract is being done in stages. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen some road repairs done out on Skyline Drive, Skyline Road out towards Area J. So as they complete the areas that are substantially complete, they're trying to minimize the mobilization cost for the road crew, because that's a significant cost. So they want to be able to do several days worth of work at one time to maximize that mobilization cost. And so those are being done in phases as we near completion. I expect all of the road repair to be done by Thanksgiving is what our target is.
So the substantially completion date
the substantial
for road as
completion
well
should include road repair.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So for our funding status, we have the expenditures shown on the left side and the balance of the funding shown on the right. We've spent a little over $37 million so far in construction costs, $3 million in basic engineering, almost $2 million in special services, 1.2 in administrative costs, a little over $500,000 in fiscal services, and we've only spent $5,900 out of the contingencies, and that was from one of the fundings that was used for the planning of the project. So that's been in there for a long time. And this does include all of the funding since the first funding in 2012, when we started funding for the planning and such. So those expenditures go all the way back.
So the contingency of $6 million
hasn't been touched yet.
Has not been touched and is not anticipated to be touched.
I do not anticipate touching that. We have less than $8 million left in construction with phases 2 and 3 at this time. So the $8 million that is shown as a balance for construction, we're going to have some of that left over. We'll have quite a bit of that left over.
So we're really coming in substantially under budget.
Yes.
And there will be a decision at some point in the future as to what to do with that $6 million?
And the remaining balance from construction, yes, there will need to be a decision made. The next couple of slides that I have are some things that we've identified that we might spend that on. Go to the next one. This is a short extension of East Kelly Street. The original project did not extend the line quite up far enough to reach the farm, and they've requested service at the, what is that, Katzenberg Farm? So we'd like to add that to the construction project with a change order, so we'll be bringing that to you. Zanzibar Farm, thank you. And then the next one is also another extension on Mockingbird Lane, which is right off of Skyline. There have been a couple of lots on that lane that have requested service. And so it is uphill from our sewer line, so it would be a relatively easy extension to make up that roadway to provide service to the lots. There is and we would only be able to extend it up to about the extent of what the county maintains there, because the county does not maintain the road all the way back to the end, I don't believe. There's a cattle guard, and then it becomes an unpaved road after the cattle guard. Next slide. Also, we've had a request from service from a couple of residents off of State Highway 27, just west of Simpson Road. And we do have a line on Simpson Road that we could extend on the south side of State Highway 27 to pick up these residents. One of those lots is less than an acre. And since we've asked everybody who's within 150 feet of with a 1 acre or less lot to connect, it would seem appropriate to add this to the project as well. But that again is at your discretion. Those 3 line extensions are relatively small, and we'll bring those to you separately as we get pricing from our contractor for change orders for that work. But that will not spend the $6 million we're going to have left in contingencies, nor will it spend the remaining construction money that's budgeted for construction. So we can look at other projects should you wish us to do that. Commissioner Moser, when he was involved in the project, had us look at one time at an area just east of Kerrville that might be able to tie into Kerrville's sewer system. That's a possibility. Is that Castlecombe or Guadalupe Heights?
Both.
Yeah, Castlecombe and Guadalupe Heights. So next slide. As this I believe is the Guadalupe Heights area. I don't have a cost estimate currently for this area, but that is a possibility for the use of those funds should the county want to pursue that. We can get with the Water Development Board and find out what we would need to do to use the remaining funds for this project or a project like it. It could be another area that is in need as well. Another unsewered area of the county where we have the dense development. Next slide. Also wanted to talk about drainage on Elm Pass Road. Several months ago, we brought a change order to the Commissioner's Court to make some revisions or changes to some construction that was done in Phase 1. And there were some questions about why we needed to go back and replace clean-out covers at that time. And going back and researching it, at Tetra Tech as the design engineers, we feel like we have some culpability in what we specified, that what's being specified in phases 2 and 3 is a more durable cleanout cover that will not pop loose. It's a self-locking type of cover. It has tabs on it that hold it in place. Our specification for the original one did not, so we could not make the contractor or the supplier replace those or pay for that. So we'd like to offer to do some design work in exchange for that change order by redesigning the drainage on the west side of Elm Pass Road. Earlier in the project, as we installed the sewer along that area, we did have some flooding in some of the yards and homes over there, and so we feel like we can make that situation better. And because we did install a sewer over there, there is some modifications we need to make anyway to that drainage ditch to accommodate those improvements, the new sewer improvements, and make sure that they're not interfering with the flow of drainage down that very flat ditch along Elm Pass Road. Next slide. And this is one of the completed improvements, just a photograph of our pipe bridge over Bluff Creek. This is one of the more visible parts of the project. Most of the project is underground, but the pipe bridge and the 11 lift stations are the more visible parts of the project. The rest of it is manhole covers, clean outs. Any questions? Also, Charlie just reminded me, I meant to mention that some of the funds may also be used to pay down the debt on the loans. So that's another use of the excess funds that could definitely be considered. So that would also reduce the cost to the county by using some of the remaining debt service, remaining funds to pay down the debt service. Exactly how much could be used, we have to verify through the water development board.
And on that, it'd be interesting to know at some point, Don, how the money, or kind of what money is left. Is it the 100%, or is it the 80-20 money, or is it the 75% money? What money it is that's left?
Yeah, so there's many different funds. Several of the funds have been spent out. Most of what is remaining is actually the loan funds. We've been holding the loan funds and spending the grant funds first for the most part, so that because the loan funds are funds that can be used to pay back loans generally. So I can get you a breakdown on that, though I don't have that handy. I have to get with Rosie to find out exactly where we stand on a fund-by-fund basis.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Judge, under this item, there's I would like to have a part of that discussion, the executive session, not related to this part, but related to kind of budget and bills and things.
Okay. Okay, then we have no action to take at this time?
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I misspoke. There is one more timed item. It's in the addendum. It's item 1.34. It's at 10:30, and it's for the introduction of the Heart of the Hills Heritage Center's Executive Director, Angela Kennedy.
There's one more after that, too, Judge.
Yes, two addendums.
But the next addendum's not timed.
There's another one that is,
We're
I
135.
think we had 3.
Yeah. He keeps.
They're the same. These are the same.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Director, not Director. Got to be the podium.
So everybody at home can see you.
I want everybody to see.
What number are we on, Judge?
134. I'm gonna call it. Already did. Introduction to the Heart of the Hills Heritage Center's Executive Director.
Judge Kelly, honorable commissioners, it is an honor to be here today to announce to you that Heart of the Hills Heritage Center has found an executive director, and I am honored to bring her with me today to introduce her to you. I'd like to introduce Angela Kennedy.
Hello, thank you for having us here today so we can talk about our project a little bit and also introduce myself. I'm Angela Kennedy. I'm excited to be a part of this project here in Kerrville. I have been in the museum field working in Austin at the Texas State History Museum prior to being here, as well as at the Denver Art Museum, focusing on educational experiences for families and teachers as well as students. Prior to that, I taught elementary school in Austin. My family and I are excited to be coming from Austin. My husband is from the area. He graduated from Tom Moore High School in Ingram, and this is a fun opportunity for all of us. I grew up coming to Kerrville, where my grandparents had a house while I was growing up, and so it's a great opportunity for us to be back. We're excited to develop this Heritage Center for the county and city of Kerrville. And we look forward to working with the community to plan an organization and a museum that best suits everybody's needs.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you so much.
We're pleased to have 4 of our board members here also today.
Okay.
Full entourage.
Well, introduce them.
David Jones, Dr. Bud Wright, Charlie McElvain, Bill Ware.
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Any questions?
Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go back to item 1.23. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize Kerr County Grant Administrator to pursue viable grants for the center point drainage projects in coordination with the county engineer. Commissioner Letts.
I just asked Noelle if she could kind of look into, basically these are the flooding issues we have in Center Point. And it's on our budget. We've had budgeted items to spend some money this year with over a 2 or 3 year plan to try to do it. And I thought it'd be a good idea to see if there are some funds available through grants that we can maybe expedite that process. And she's working with Charlie, son Noel, who's not here today. So I just wanted to bring it up, and whether the court thought that this was a good idea for her to start working on trying to find that those funds. And Charlie knows a lot more about it, really. Is, I mean, we've talked about them, we had some preliminary plans done, and it's just anything we can do to expedite that project would be good for the county.
I encourage it that there's a drainage area right there at the baseball field that's been a problem for years, and that's what these plans are about.
Good.
I think budgeted $250,000 for this project, isn't it?
Right.
Yes.
So,
and then the next couple of years, it's about $1 million project total.
$1 million total, and so we're looking at trying to dovetail with the Texas Water Development Board, regional stormwater plan to see if we can get money. We're not ashamed to ask for money everywhere we can.
She's identified some funds for FEMA that may apply also.
And that's what this is about, is just put the feelers out everywhere and see what hits.
and I can assure the public that this grant administrator, Noelle Putnam that we hired, has more than paid for herself. She's been a godsend.
So I wasn't sure really if it needed court approval, in the process. I mean, she does a lot of grant work for the court, but I thought I'd bring it to the,
Well, I certainly think we ought to authorize her to look into it.
Right, and I think that's the process we need to do from here on out. Is, when somebody wants, hey, look into this, bring it through the court first, and we assign it to her.
Okay.
Well, gives her direction.
Yeah, gives her
Exactly. Rather than somebody just like IT hates to say, hey, look at this computer for me right quick, and there needs to be a process.
And I agree. The process needs to be, anybody that wants a grant goes through the court, and then we authorize Noelle to do it, rather than going directly to Noelle.
Okay, I make a motion that we authorize Noelle to pursue grants for the flooding issues and drainage issues in the Center Point area.
Second.
And East Kerr County.
Motion's been made and seconded to authorize pursuit of viable grants for the Center Point Drainage Project with the county engineer. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Moving on to item 120.24, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the Kerr County Christmas party for Friday, December 16th at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. We're going to have a Christmas party. It's been a while.
Yeah, almost a year. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the Christmas party for December 16th. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.25, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to appoint committee members to the Safety Committee for FY 22-23. Is Ms. Hernandez here? There she is.
Oh, there she is.
Good.
This is something that we actually should be doing every year, and just get back on cycle. And Rosa, I think, knows who's been on it in the past and probably who should be on it in the future.
Yes, we have had some committee members that have moved on, like from the sheriff's department.
Keith Reed is over
Can't remember that.
That we do need to have replaced. So, like Rusty was on the committee, and of course Rusty's no longer here, so we need to replace some of those committee members.
Do you have a list of the names of the ones or the positions that we should?
I did, but I forgot them downstairs. I'm sorry.
Well, Judge,
why don't we authorize her to put together a list of recommendations to us?
Right.
Is this committee separate from the courthouse security?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you can bring it back to us a little bit later with the list. We can formally appoint it. I think it probably takes court action to appoint the name. So if you just come back, sometime in the next hour.
Okay.
We can take up the actual names. Okay.
So we'll move on to item 1.26. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to designate a day of the week on which the court shall convene in regular term for FY 22-23 pursuant to the local government code. We do this every year. We have to have it. Designate our days.
You can designate Monday as the regular day and just continue to meet on the second and fourth Mondays for regular meetings. This came up this year during the budget where you're required to have a particular item at a regular Commissioners Court meeting, and because the next Monday wasn't a regular Commissioners Court meeting,
Put it off.
we had to put it off until another 2 weeks or another week after that. So you could designate Monday and then continue to have the second and fourth measure.
So we designate Monday as the regular meeting day?
Yes, sir.
And then we just, as a matter of policy, we meet on the second and fourth.
Yes, sir.
So all Mondays are regular.
All Mondays?
Okay.
They can be regular, so that if something comes up in the future that needs to be on any Monday.
So it depends on how it's posted. Is that what you're saying? Or?
Yes, sir. This designation is.
This gives us the latitude
Yes.
to be able to
A
do
little
it.
flexibility.
Okay.
That's right.
Can I make a motion that we designate Mondays as our regular court day for
Second.
2022, 2023?
Got a motion and a second. Designate Mondays as the regular term for court. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.27, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm FY23 statewide automated victim notification services agreement, or SAVNS, as we call it, SAVNS.
This is just an update, right?
We're just renewing it.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to renew the statewide automated victim notification services agreement. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.28, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to reappoint Chris Hughes and Bill Aycock to the Emergency Services District Number 1 Board. Commissioner Harris.
Yes, both these guys do a tremendous job. As most of y'all are aware, Chris is our president of ESD Number 1, and Bill serves as our treasurer, and they're both great. So I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.29, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the contract with, is that Axon?
Yes, sir.
Enterprise, not Exxon, but Axon.
Yeah, excellent.
AXO Enterprises, Inc., and allow county judge to sign same. Sheriff Leafa.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the court's approval to let the judge sign this contract. I do have the money in my budget for this 5-year contract. Also, the county attorneys reviewed it and didn't have any problems with it.
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the contract with Axon Enterprise. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Let's take about a 5-minute break, a quick break. We're coming to item 1.30, where everybody's here. Give everybody a chance to stretch out a little bit. We'll come back in 5 minutes. Court will come to order. The next item on the agenda is 1.30. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action concerning the recent books displayed at the Bud Holdsworth Library and the current interlocal agreement with the City of Kerrville involving the library. Got Judge Harris and Judge Balloon. Commissioner Balloon. Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Balloon.
Is it a promotion?
I'm not sure it's a promotion.
Well, I put this on here because, I think I spoke 2 weeks ago that I wasn't enthused with the interlocal agreement we have concerning the library, and I hadn't been for a while, and in fact, and then this popped up, and it sure didn't enhance my view of the library, and as far as it comes from the county. But Judge, I think you have a lot of people who want to talk, so I think we ought to hear from them first.
Well, since y'all sponsored, I'm going to give you the chance to speak first.
Sure. Well, I'll have some more.
Okay. The images that I saw in some of the banned book weeks display were child pornography, graphic depictions of minors engaged in sex acts, and that is defined in the law as such, and it doesn't matter if it's photographed or if it's an artist rendering when it's supposed to be depicting underage or minors. We have a crisis of child sex abuse in our country right now. This kind of stuff doesn't help. This is desensitizing, we used to call it. Today they call it grooming. Teaching children that this sort of stuff is to be expected and that it's accepted and good. It's recruitment. It is preparing kids for seduction. The library has put Kerr County in the position of subsidizing child pornography. And this is about the images that were present there. You don't have to be able to read to be able to see an image. And so I am not I'm not in favor of continuing to subsidize something like that. But City Council is going to meet tomorrow night. They're going to decide what they're going to do about it. And a book that has the printed word is different than graphic images. And so that was the part that got my attention. The graphic images are pornography. And no kid, regardless of whether it's heterosexual or homosexual or whatever it may be, needs to see that stuff. And I don't think it should be in the public library. Of course, we don't have any control over the Bud Holdsworth Library, but we do have a quid pro quo agreement with the City of Kerrville that was arranged by Commissioner Mosier in the past about taking care of animal control for the city and for people in the county to continue to have access to the library, because there was a little friction over it because of removal of funding. So we do have a dog in the fight. We do have money on the table, and I don't think we should continue to support the library if this is the way that the librarian is going to behave. We're going to have this kind of stuff. There's no such thing as a banned book in America anyway. So it's just a way to get people to read books that somebody wants you to read. It's like putting a wet paint sign out there. Everybody wants to touch it. So it was entirely unnecessary. The public reaction was that they didn't like it, so they moved the display over closer to where the kids are. And every book on that list of so-called banned books was something that promotes an agenda. And it's not something that's healthy and wholesome for kids. So that's why I wanted this on today's agenda.
Well, Harley, I think there's a lot less people in the county that want to go to the library now than there was a week ago.
Probably.
Yeah, I guarantee you. We had grandchildren up over the weekend, and in fact, my wife took them to a bookstore. I mentioned going to the library. I got that look. You can't take them there when you think you got to wade through a minefield to get to the children's section. So anyway, I got some more I want to say, but I'll let the people speak first.
I know we have a lot of people that want to. Did you want to speak?
I want to say this. I probably have more later, but something that I've received probably more emails on this than anything else in the last 2 or 3 years. So people have very strong opinions about it. And, you know, a lot of the responses I've seen that were in favor of it are that we want to ban books. I did not receive any emails, and I don't want to ban any books. I don't, you know, wouldn't ban any of the books that were under display. But banning them, you know, they should be in a place where they're not put out there where if a child walks by, they see the covers of these books, which had disturbing things just on the covers, not to mention had to happen to open them up. And the response I got from city staff, and I've talked to several of them on it, was that, well, kids should be under control of their parents. Well, that's BS to me. That's absolutely ridiculous. Yes, they should be under the control of the parents of the library, but if, you know, I was to walk by with one of my kids, and they're older, but even at their age, high school kids or college kids, I'd be embarrassed, and they're seeing the pictures. It's not a matter of being under my control. The books were right out there in the front. And the other thing that I've seen on the banned book issue, they bring up books like To Kill a Mockingbird, Catcher in the Rye, you know, Huckleberry Finn. Well, I don't support those being banned anywhere. And I don't think the people that I heard from support that. But to try to equate the books that were on that display with Huckleberry Finn is ridiculous. And, you know, that is my feeling on it. And I hope City Council comes out real strong in a position on this, because it will determine my feelings towards an agreement that I've supported in the past with the library. To my knowledge, only one council member has come out really against what was done, and that's Councilman Garcia. And
he's in the audience.
And I support Councilman Garcia for you know, saying that. It's no, you know, and if the rest of them don't, boy, that says something about City Council to me.
Well, I don't want to go there, but where I do want to go is I want to set the stage, make sure everybody has the same facts. The Kerr County Commissioners Court has no authority over the library. It is owned by the city. The city and the county have different ways that they govern. The city uses a city manager system, and they have a whole staff of people that consult with them and give them advice about what to do. At the county, we do not. We do it ourselves. I mean, literally, we do it ourselves. And the contract that we have with the city was negotiated as a quid pro quo, exactly like Commissioner Blue said, that we would provide animal services for the city, and they would make the library available to people that lived in the county that were not residents of Kerrville. I don't think we've really incurred any much more expense doing the animals the way we've done them, but we do all the animals at this point. And that contract has a, 90-day termination notice?
Yes.
So that if for any reason we want to get out of that contract, we have to give them 90 days. We have the right to do that. But that gives you a little bit about the form of government, the style of management that we have, and the fact that this contract, it is a contractual obligation at this point. It can be terminated, but again, you have to give the requisite written notice. And so with that, and I know y'all want to talk about this, but understand there's very little, if anything, that we can do. But we are here to listen. So with that, I'm going to start with the first citizen that wanted to speak is Jerry Wolf. Get you back up there again.
Yeah, I'm back. Made it in time. Watching, following this online, so I could get over at the appropriate time. I just made it. Thank you. Obviously, I am very encouraged by what I hear from you. A few points that I'd like to make, which I think you're pretty much aware of. I'm part of the 75%. Now that doesn't sound like that's a vague number. I think for 4 of you up there, you're pretty familiar with 75% means. If you go back to your elections 2 and 4 years ago, pretty much you got a 75% majority of the vote. And why? Because you espoused, every one of you espoused in your campaign literature that you were strong conservatives. And this county expressed what they want, how they want to be governed by voting for you under that premise of strong conservative values. Well, this issue that's come down
that was a surprise to everyone is contrary to the culture and the wants, desires of the 75% of the people of this county. And I understand that you don't have a lot of leverage, but there is in essence a business relationship between the county and the city on the library. There's no getting around that. But you can do something, and these would be my recommendations. One, a letter is sent by the county commissioners court to the city council explaining displeasure over what occurred, having books like this being publicly displayed in a public library. Two, ask that require that some sort of reprimand is made to the city manager. He is ultimately the responsible party. He runs the library. Also the director of the library. Third, the city stops the membership in the American Library Association. American Library Association is one of the most leftist organizations in the United States. They and the National Education Association run a very tight race to claim that honor or dishonor. And I think also the city should not any longer pay for membership of any of its employees. If they do pay membership dues, I do not know. But if they do, they cease paying membership dues to the employees that belong to the American Library Association. The overall effect or the desired effect of all this is to send a message, a very strong message that this is not to be tolerated by the residents of Kerr County. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Jerry, I want to challenge one of your numbers when you're talking 75%. I would think that 25% that votes left the center does not agree with this too, a whole bunch of them.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, just to quibble over the percentages, I think it's more like 65 than 75, if you go check what the actual voter turnout was.
Okay, well, I do remember the presidential election, it was a 75-25, 75% for.
I'm just talking about Kerr County.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Carlson.
I'm just here to support.
Please state your name.
Ruth Carlson.
And which precinct you live in.
I live here in Kerr County. I'm a Kerrville resident.
Okay.
I'm just here to support the library. There are some books that they have that not everyone appreciates. And that's part of the library. It's got a wide diversity of resources for different people, exploring different topics. And book banning still is a thing. There are libraries across the county or country that are taking out books because they don't approve of them. Offering narrowing what resources people have to look at. There are some books that I don't like that are at the library, but I choose not to read them. And if my daughter runs into them, we discuss them and talk about topics and why they're important to know about. But the library is a very important space for a lot of people. And I think taking away the Kerr residents' access to it would be a disservice to them. There's a lot of people that meet people there. I made a lot of contacts there when I first had my daughter. I brought my daughter to the library all the time for socialization because she's an only child and I lived in an apartment that had very few children. So the library was a great place to meet up with people. It's a nice, safe space. And the librarians are fantastic. So I'm just here to support the library.
Thank you. Next is Brandon Airy.
Brandon Airy, Precinct 1. Good morning. I'm hopeful by now you've had an opportunity to read my letter sent on Friday regarding the Celebrate Banned Books Week in the Kerrville Public Library. I would like to first start off by saying, as usual, there has been misinformation put out there in the paper and on the internet regarding my opinions on this matter. To make it clear, I have never been or have ever said to ban books in public libraries. I feel that the public library should be a place where different works of literature are held and available to citizens as they see fit. However, there needs to be an investigation, and if there are any laws broken regarding child pornography, then those laws should be applied accordingly to the library. Our children love the library, and we visit it multiple times a month to select new books for them to read. From the moment I began researching pervasively vulgar books in the schools, I have assumed that these books were in our public library, but was uncertain of their locations. If you had heard me speak in the school board meetings, I have always said that the public library, it is the parents' responsibility to see what their kids are pulling from the shelf and ensuring that books they select align with their values. If a parent feels like their child is ready to receive this information and be exposed to it, then they have the right to select a book from that shelf and introduce their child to that type of material. With that said, my issue with the Banned Books Week was not only about the sexual content on the table, but also the location of the display and how it was presented. The display was selected to be directly in front of the children's section and contained colorful imagery along with other children's books that attract them to the table. For those parents who elect not to have their children exposed to this material, the library took that right away from us when it decided on the placement. The display should have been upstairs away from the children's section. This table had numerous books geared toward children and minors under 18 at the eye level that have graphic sexual content within them. If a parent was not directly with their child, the child could have picked this material up and been exposed to the harmful content before the parent had an opportunity to prevent it. And yes, parents that even watch their children can sometimes still not prevent them from grabbing a book before they are told to stop. Once a child reads or sees the sexually explicit material, the damage has been done. I think the county has an opportunity here to work with the library on solutions. I do not feel that canceling the local agreement is a good idea, but I think there should be practices put into place that can help prevent this in the future. First, as I mentioned earlier, a thorough audit needs to be performed for literature that violates current child pornography laws. Those materials need to be handled accordingly to law. Second, sexually explicit and suggestive books should be relocated so they are not in the kids or teens section. The other opportunity would be for a rating system on books in the library. The film industry, the music industry has content advisory and ratings that they apply to their works. Why don't books? Whatever it is decided, boundaries need to be set to ensure that content that is not age appropriate for children is not forced onto them until the parent is ready to introduce it. Again, we are not calling for banning of books, just that age appropriate boundaries be set.
Brandon, I'm glad you're here, and just stay up there a second.
Yes, sir.
I saw the city's response to your email.
Yes, sir.
I found it very insulting.
Agreed.
And they say the location was inadvertently put there. I contend that anybody walked in there could ask the librarian where the children's section is, and they could point you right to it without looking at a map, as well as the fiction or whatever else. That doesn't happen by accident, and it's egregious. And another thing, they said that it's your responsibility. Well, kids can't unsee that when it's placed there.
Correct.
And even if they're young enough that they can't read, they're going to be attracted to that comic book that had the graphic pictures in it, you know? And, you know, if you had a couple kids, one could easily go by there and just open it up, walking by, and boom, it's done. They can't unsee it. So
We were there Saturday before this all blew up, and my son noticed it. We had to have a discussion. The library forced me into that discussion, and I wasn't ready to have it.
Exactly.
That's not
exactly. Well, I will tell you, a couple of those, in fact, Harley and I talked about it, and a couple of those books that were really bad, a couple good citizens checked them out quickly so they wouldn't be seen.
Many did it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Adriana Escalera.
So, as you said, Adriana Escalera. I was born in Kerrville, actually, raised in Comfort. My husband was in the Army, so moved away for a while, just to give you some background. But we've been back here in our hometown about 8 years. So I am a resident of Precinct 4. Okay, so like most families, when we got here, my husband fresh out of the military, I didn't have a job yet. I was still, going and getting my master's. We went to the library, right? And as Ruth said, we did craft projects, and they welcomed us with open arms, right? They read story times to us. We had Lego Club, inspired my daughter to, get into like building robots now, right? So we love our library. As she got older, we continued looking at the different books, joining the reading program. And I just want to speak, so I'm here in favor of the library. I am here to support their actions, and I want to slightly speak on the censorship issue. So today, women in other countries, women in Iran, are being murdered because morality police, right? People who think that they are immoral, that they're immoral for wearing their hair down. Right? Women in Afghanistan, they wearing pants, showing their faces. Just because somebody else's morality is their beliefs does not mean that you would get the right to impose those beliefs on me and my child. I am her parent, and I am responsible for teaching her what is right and what is wrong. And it is not the duty of a select group of people to tell me how I should raise my child. That I feel very strongly about that. It is not acceptable for other people's morality to encroach on our home and take it as my own. I did see some of those books because, as I said, we are frequent visitors to the library. We see that stand every week. And Valentine's Day, they have love books and, murder mysteries, right? Things like that. Some of those books that we saw, right? The Prince Marries the Knight, or The Prince Falls in Love with the Knight, whatever it was. I Am Jazz, the story of a transgender kid. How terrible would it be if we allow these rating systems to go in and rate these books simply because they disagree with them? That is not appropriate, and I would stand to disagree with that. Okay. So to sum it up, to close it up, it's not the library's job to cater to a select group of morality, right? That's not their job. Their job is to give us the information and allow us as parents to make those choices. So please don't force them to do that, and please just let them do their job. And that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for your time. I absolutely appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Bethany Puccio.
Before we do, that's a little bit of a red herring here, this idea that we want to tell people how to raise their kids. Nobody wants to tell you how to raise your kids. I have 6 kids, so I've spent more time in the library than you have at this point. A lot of time in the library. Lots of books we've read, lots of time we've spent down there studying. In the library, you can't go in there and look at pornography on the computers. It's filtered out. This was pornography, child pornography, visual pictures. Nobody's telling you how to raise your kid. It's illegal to show kids that stuff. It's illegal to depict minors engaged in sex acts. That is illegal in the state of Texas, and the Kerrville Public Library violated that law. I'm not telling anybody how to raise their kid. And if you think that's appropriate for your kid, I don't even want to know about that. So, it wouldn't matter to me whether it's little boys and little girls, whatever. It's underage and it's wrong, and I don't want them seeing that. I tried to explain this to somebody the other day. When people wore their masks during the lockdown, they did that for other people, right? That's the reason I'm involved in this, because I don't want any of the kids in Kerr County subjected to that kind of stuff. There'll be a time for it. There'll be a time where they have to learn these things. Let them be kids as long as they can.
Harley, you need to take it.
No applause. You can't do that. You've got main decorum in the courtroom.
Harley, the city admitted they placed it in the wrong place when they said they inadvertently placed that table there. So they knew it was wrong. So.
Ms. Puccio.
Bethany Puccio, 418 Crestridge Drive, right here in Kerrville. I wanted to thank you very much for getting this on. I know that you don't have direct authority, but I do think you do have influence, and I really appreciate it. And I know before, obviously, we have our head butting over things like bonds and stuff like that, but I think it's been really a blessing to me to see that there's been some unity on this and coming together where we might haggle about other things, but we can get on the same page on this issue. So I'm really grateful for that. So I do have a few images. If you haven't seen them, I assume probably most of you have seen them. These aren't the worst ones. The worst ones I would never bring into Commissioner's Court because they're straight up porn. And then this is the bookmark that was all over the table, and you're welcome to look at these, but it's tucked in all the books. So I just want to start by reading. This is a Fox News article, and I emailed this to all of you last night. It was about 9 o'clock last night. I don't know if you got a chance to see it yet, but it starts with, this is Fox News, Banned Books Week looks more like Porn for Kids Week. Let's get one thing straight about Banned Books Week. There are no banned books in America. The American government does not prohibit the publishing or importing of books as Tsarist or Communist Russia did. Books sexualizing children are not burned in a pyre out in front of a gender clinic. Instead, pornographic books for kids are meticulously collected for displays in school libraries and promoted by the American Library Association's Banned Book Week. In America, banned books are celebrated, commissioned, and distributed on the manufactured outrage that they are banned. It's like having a party every day to protest how you're never allowed to have parties. Banned Books Week is a marketing campaign pretending to be a protest, and this year they are marketing to groomers. I have here the press release from the city that went out, I think it was last Monday, and the books mentioned in this are classics like Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, The Catcher in the Rye, To Kill a Mockingbird. None of those books were on this table. Not a single classic that I saw. By the time I saw it on Wednesday, the two really, really bad books, Two Boys Kissing was gone, Genderqueer was not there anymore, Sex is a Funny Word was not there anymore. Apparently somebody had checked them out. I'm here this morning because I had a couple moms offer to cover. We have a homeschool group that meets Monday mornings. We have 146 students. Homeschoolers use the library extensively, and it should be a safe space for children to go with their parents. And so they are very much behind me in being here and relieving me so I could be here. Texas state statutes law, state law, you can look this up, section 43.22 on obscene display, section 43.24 display to minors. It's illegal, and that's already been covered. Everything that's been said has been so good. Freedom of speech does not include the freedom to sexualize children. Freedom of speech is not the right to display obscene material to children. That they're protected under the law. And if I gave any of this content to children outside of the library, it's illegal. So again, nobody's trying to ban or censor a book. We just want porn out of the schools, or out of the library and out of the schools and away from the kids. So I would just like to close, whether there's a legal loophole in this, with the education loophole or not, this shouldn't even have to be against the law. And I do appreciate all of you this morning for hearing us.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Summerlin. That's not, no disruptions in the courtroom, please.
My name's Mary Ellen Summerlin, and I live in Precinct 2. I want to make 3 points to y'all this morning. I'll start with the most practical one and move to the more ideological one. The practical one is just this. We have in the past been in a situation where the county commission cut off its funding for the library, and people who lived outside the town of Kerrville had to be charged a fee for the use of the library. Everybody hated that. Everybody complained about it and complained about it and complained about it until, after a long, involved process, we got the current compromise in place. I would just encourage you, do not let loud, angry voices from a few people cause you to knee-jerk jettison that hard-fought solution that lets everybody in Kerr County help pay for the library and then have the free use of the library, which is the best idea of libraries. The second thing is a little more ideological. It's sometimes hard to understand what the complainers are complaining about. They got the books moved, It sounds like the librarians were responsive to their concerns to some extent. Having been at the protest, it appeared to me that rather than banning books or boundaries or anything, the real issue was gay sex. And they think that by preventing children from knowing that gay sex exists, they'll prevent children from becoming gay. This goes with that conspiracy theory that Democrats are grooming and drinking children's blood and Pizzagate and all that baloney. I'd just like to say this. Statistics show that teenage suicide is a big problem. That a way bigger proportion of kids who think they are gay commit suicide than kids who don't think they're gay. Sometimes just the acknowledgement of your community that you have a right to exist, even if you're gay, can make a big, big difference. What I'm telling you is a book can literally save a life. So think about that. And then finally, I'd just like to reflect on America and what it means to be out of many one. We've got to respect everybody else's opinion, but no minority has any right to enforce its standards on the whole majority. The government, you, the city council, you're the referees. You gotta listen to these rights, you gotta listen to these rights, they're passionately held on both sides, and you gotta come to a reasonable compromise. That's my final word. Please look for a reasonable compromise to this relatively small problem, and don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thanks.
Jennifer Peterson.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Peterson. I live in Kerrville. I'm in Precinct 1. And I wanted to discuss the lack of civic discourse in this community regarding the library. We love all books, even the books that make us uncomfortable. We love our library and we love the professionals who curate a wide variety of materials for all citizens of the city and county. On Friday at the pro-library rally, my 13-year-old was exposed to pornographic material and his friend in the name of protesting and protecting citizens and children. A member of this opposition group shoved a piece of paper in his face with a drawing depicting a sex act. He didn't seek it out. He didn't stumble on it in the library. It was forced on him in a public space. The rights that Mr. Airy claimed were violated. The Texas law that Ms. Puccio claimed was violated. Actual harm has been done, not potential. You have claimed there is child pornography in the library, but at that rally, when confronted by Officer Valencia of the Kerrville Police Department, with his offer to go in and arrest librarians for violating the law, your group backed down because it was a lie. You just continue to wave your XXX signs just to shock. You have become what you despise and lack all credibility in this discussion of what is good for children. If you don't like the library, don't go. Leave our library alone. Leave our librarians alone. The Romeo and Juliet statute in the state of Texas allows for sexual activity between children at the ages of 14 and 17. If you don't like kids and sex, start there. Thank you.
Neil Powers.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Neil Powers. I live in Precinct number 2, and I come from a very long line of librarians and educators that taught me very early on that our freedoms as Americans are based on our access to information. And the democracy crumbles when that foundation is damaged. I've had a library card since I was a kid. I think everybody should have a library card, and everybody should visit a library card. My parents have taught me that certainly books are banned. I've seen it myself. Commissioner Blue, I've seen it myself. I've seen entire libraries shut down by groups claiming to protect children.
Where was that?
Vincent, Iowa. I'm from Iowa, and Vincent, Iowa Library was shut down over this very issue. Shut down. So nobody has access.
Over child pornography?
Yes, over banned book displays, exactly.
Child porn?
No, you're going to describe it one way. I'm going to describe it as banned book displays because I've seen
Did it
that.
involve pictures? I'm talking about the pictures. The pictures
Why-
that this lady's child saw.
Then why are we here talking about the American Library Association? Why are we here talking about changing an agreement? Why are we talking about here about not supporting our library? We say it's about protecting the children, but really it's about censorship. I've seen it here, I've seen it in other places, and I don't like it in any way, shape, or form. I believe the agreement is important. I believe it's important to have access to the library. If you have a specific complaint about a book, there's books there I don't like either. If you have a specific complaint about the book, it's one thing, but to throw out an entire agreement, to have all this fuss right after a banned book display, tells me it's about a whole lot more than just that. Thank you.
Sir, I object to you telling me what I think. I don't
And
believe
vice
you do.
versa.
I'm not talking to you. I've talked to what you think, but don't tell me what I think. I've talked the entire time about I'm not worried about or don't care about banning books, but I do not feel that it's my right as a government official, as a commissioner, to expose young children to things that I think are inappropriate and let the library do the same thing. They exposed young children, whether they wanted to or not is irrelevant to me, to material that is not their right to do. It is my right as a parent and your rights as a parent to teach kids and educate them at the proper age. It's not up to government to do that. And government was that library, and that's where they've crossed the line. It's nothing to do with censorship. It's nothing to do with banning books. They do not have the right to take the place of a parent. That's my view.
Mary Ashley McGibbon.
Mary Ashley McGibbon. I am Precinct 4. I live out in Ingram. I've been a resident of Kerr County for about 15 years. I originally moved out to Hunt. At the time, did not have access to the library for free. Luckily, I'm one of the blessed few who do have access as a Kerr County resident to take my child to the library whenever I see fit. I'm simply here to, as an outdoor educator, as a parent, to support the programs that have been put in place in this library, the value that they have offered children in Kerr County, parents in Kerr County, and all of the residents of this area far outweighs what some people may find objectionable. The material, the books that have been discussed, there's so much data available for them online. I encourage people in your own time to look at what people are calling child pornography and to look at what that might mean for a child who lives in as conservative a place as Kerr County, who experiences feelings of being other, of being queer, of being transgender, of being gay, and how the representation of seeing their own experiences in a book can change and save a life. I've been blessed to work with children my entire career. I've been blessed to work with children from all over the state and even outside of this country. I recognize how deeply important representation is. As a parent, when I walk my child into that library, she could go a number of different ways and pull things off the shelves that would be deeply objectionable to me as a person. That is the fact. I know that when I step into the library. I still think those books belong there. I still think that those stories need to be told. And if she reads material, which she has, that I find difficult to explain, that's my job as a parent. With the internet out there, with everything else that our children have exposure to every time they touch our cell phones or their own cell phones, These things are already present in their lives. Let us make that discourse as families become a part of what of our communication as a family, and those values that we hold. My child is a Christian. I'm a Christian. We believe in the Christian faith. It is incredibly important for her to understand all walks of life and everyone else's experiences. And I get to walk into the library and help her make those decisions, whether I like the books or not. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Jacqueline Hall.
Yeah, my name is Jacqueline Hall. I live in Precinct 4. Me personally, I know I don't want my taxes going to a library that is funding this kind of obscenity in our community, especially when it's front and center where children are walking and going by. Minors are just too young to process this kind of information, and God made it that way for a good reason. That's why He designed it. We have parents and families, to establish those boundaries and to have those conversations when it's time. I just wanted to quote Proverbs 22:6, to train up a child in the way he should go. When he is old, he will not depart from it. And I say that goes, whether he's trained up in a good way or a bad way, or either way. We need to establish that righteousness and those things are what children should be raised in. This is a battle between good and evil, and God takes it very seriously when we lead little ones astray. The government does have a role in standing for what's right. Our entire system of laws is based on God's moral code. I mean, that's a fact, and it's for a good reason. It's for protection of young children and families, and establishing what's best for humanity. So please stand up for the innocence of children, and cut funding to the library until the pornography and the obscenity is removed. Thank you.
Okay. The last one that I've got merely says wolf.
I do not have any prepared remarks. My name is Susan Wolf. I'm from Precinct 2.
Pardon? I'm sorry to get your name.
Susan Wolf.
Thank you.
I did not know much about what was happening today. I was at the protest, and I support our library. Like Jenny said, I'm military. Like Ms. Hall said, we're Christians, and like Ms. Buccio said, we're homeschooled. I support our library and our librarians, and I live in the county, and I can afford to pay for my library card if you defund the library. But there are other people that cannot afford to pay for their library card. And I want to see the county continue to support the library with the funding needed to be effective in our community, to educate our community on things we agree with and things we don't. And I'll end there. Thank you.
If we were to put the images on this screen up here that are in those books, I dare say that about 99% of the people in this room would be offended by them, especially kids.
Excuse me.
Ma'am?
Anybody that speaks has to go to the podium.
I'm sorry. I thought he was addressing me.
No, but in general, I'm just saying that those, I've said it again and again, that the printed page is one thing, showing pictures is another thing, and it has already been defined for us by the state of Texas in the obscenity laws. What happened with this child, seeing that out in front of the place, it was wrong.
Yes, it was, because my rights as a parent were violated.
That's right. That's exactly,
order in the court.
it makes the point.
Order in the court, come on. Let's not do this. We're not arguing here.
I'm not arguing with anybody. I tried to say that what happened there was wrong, and that's what we're trying to keep from happening to anybody else. That's the point.
Yes, ma'am, you going to the podium?
It's just a question. For the purpose,
But the public has to hear it.
for this discussion to happen in the future, would it be possible to share the most objectionable material that was found, the titles of those books? Because I have an idea based on social media, but as we all know, that social media is one thing.
I'll show you the picture.
Great, that'd be great. Thank you.
What was your name again? Mary Ashley?
Robbie?
Robbie Hurt, Precinct 4. The dispute that happened years ago, the perception was that the city thought they had y'all over a barrel, and they could do whatever they wanted to do. And I very much agree with what the court did at that time. I use the library so much that y'all put me on the board, and y'all in the city. And it was a great inconvenience. However, I appreciated y'all standing on principle. And I'm not perfectly informed on all of this, but it may be time for y'all to stand on principle again. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
Well, I'd like to wrap it up just and restate what we put on the agenda. This was concerning the books displayed at the library. And what was displayed was inappropriate. The location was even more inappropriate. And I don't think it was by accident. And the city's response has not been what I'd like. And that's all I have to say.
I mean, one comment is that, you know, the library has done a lot of good for a lot of kids and a lot of people. There's no question about that, and I don't think anyone up here saying that it's not. But they made a big mistake here, and they should be accountable for that mistake. That's what I'm saying. And, you know, the responses come back from the city, those that I've talked to and the emails that I've received, I don't see that. And that's very disturbing to me. I was very much in favor and brought the agreement last meeting to extend it 1 year.
2 years.
I brought it to 2 years, and it was ended an extension for 1 year. And I'm not, you know, in favor of, you know, all of a sudden right now is a knee jerk to, you know, walk away from everything. But I think the city needs to answer to what they've done, because I don't think it's right. As I said a minute ago, I don't have the right to take the place of a parent and show them information and literature like that right in front of the center. I just don't have that right, and I don't think the city has the right either. And that's where they cross the line to me. I don't care if they have the books in the library, it makes no difference to me. I think they should be a little bit, you know, secluded. But, you know, I think that the reaction I've had from the city is what disturbs me as much as what they did. And, you know, that's all I have to say.
Well, what I have to say is that it's clear to me that our community is very troubled by this event. This has not been a cohesive of all of us coming together to deal with issues. This is a very divided issue. As a recovering lawyer, which I like to say, and by the way, on the 22nd of next month, I will have been licensed 48 years. It's a long time. It's a lot of white hair. But I also have been a mediator for almost 4 decades. And I think our community could use some healing. I think we need to come together. And what I would like to do is reach out to the city so that we can have discussions. Sit down with EA or whoever we need to sit down with. Kim was it Meisner? And just talk out these issues. They're important issues for both sides of this thing. I understand pornography. I understand that. You know, it's like Justice Byron White said that time. You can't define it, you just know it when you see it. But pornography is against the law. And so, what I'm prone to do, y'all know I've done this before, I put together little committees. And what I'd like to do is be authorized to approach the city and try to have a sit down and see what we can come up with to try to address this issue. I mean, I know we're all looking at that contract. That contract's not that big a deal. We don't want to underwrite pornography. I got that. No one wants to do that. But we need to get to the root cause of this problem, and we need to try to solve it and see if we can't come to some sort of understanding of how to deal with these things. Obviously, this was a terrible mistake. So that's where I am on it. Let's work through the problem.
There's one real quick final comment. I think it's really important for those that haven't seen the pictures of what were in the books that we're talking about to look for them and find them, because it takes a lot to get me as irritated and upset as I was over this. And you know, I've got a pretty thick skin with a lot of this. So if you haven't seen what was in the books, I encourage you to look for the specific pictures. They're pretty available. They're on my phone and almost look at them. They were sent to me, unfortunately.
They were sent to me too.
Cartoon type books that kids would naturally be drawn to. Councilman Garcia, is this on y'all's agenda to discuss?
It is.
When is it?
Tomorrow evening, I guess.
I didn't mean to draw you into this, but
You're good. I'm already drawn into it as a city council member anyway, so I know I was at the protest. It is scheduled for our city council meeting agenda tomorrow. It's listed as the second to last agenda item, and the meeting starts at 6 o'clock, so I couldn't really tell you what time we're going to get to that. We don't do the time stamps like y'all do on your agenda, but that is the time that our meeting starts. You know, there's always the ability for city council to push that item up if we have a lot of people speaking there. If that's the case, you know, I'm more than happy to make that motion at the meeting, and I highly encourage everybody to, you know, attend and speak at that meeting, as that's the time that we're going to consider it. Any other?
well, hopefully somebody will take a step and do the right thing.
And just to put it out there, because our ethics policy requires us to do this anytime we're speaking at a wide audience, that the thoughts and ideas that either I've stated now or that I will state earlier are just solely my own, don't represent those of the city council, or any other city official. So I'm just required to say that under our policy. So just trying to stay ethical there. But I do appreciate the idea for, you know, this county and the city to work on that and facilitate that discussion between the two bodies, whether it's a committee of certain commissioners and certain council members. I'm open to that. I'd be happy to sit down with any of the commissioners and discuss this further too. And then of course I appreciate Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Blue for putting this on the agenda, and the rest of the commissioners and the judge for facilitating this discussion.
Well, this is something that should not be swept under the rug. We've got to work through this.
I reached out to two councilmen, and Councilman Garcia is the only one that responded to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just do my job. Thank you.
Anything else on this?
Well, I'll say for the record that, and I won't name the city councilman that started talking about bulldozing the library. I don't know if anybody remembers that, closing down the library and changing it to some kind of a coffee house or something. And nobody fought him more vociferously than I did. And so the idea that I would want this town to be without a library is unfounded. I want us to have a good library where everybody's safe to go in there, and we're not going to see something that we shouldn't be when you're 7 or 8 years old. As I said earlier, that all comes in due time. There's no need to force it. And it's not educational, it's not edifying, it's not beneficial to anyone. Printed page, as I said, is one thing. All those dirty pictures, that belongs in a single wide trailer out off the interstate someplace, not in our library.
Okay. Then we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is 1.31. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to surplus, dispose, remove items from the fixed asset list. Ms. Shelton.
Judge, after this item, we could go back to 1.25, which is the safety committee.
Is she back?
Yeah, I've got that information.
The contract negotiation part. Item 4, an executive session.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things we gotta do.
Oh, yeah, the vote. Yeah.
No Baptist here, everybody's on the front row.
Hey now.
Your side.
Okay, Ms. Shelton.
The auditor's office has reviewed the county's fixed asset list and is requesting certain assets be deleted from that list. Elected officials, chief deputies, and/or department heads were contacted and confirmed assets were no longer in service or had already been disposed. electronic items, accessories on vehicles that have already been disposed, and armored vest account for most of the items. These assets were purchased between 1970 and 2009. Remaining book value is approximately $251,000. Just to kind of put it in perspective, there are 16 assets that have a purchase price of over $5,000 each, for a total of $503,000. That depreciate, the net book value on those are about $83,000. There are 244 assets that are less than $5,000, and they have a net book value of $168,000 at this time. These assets would not be entered into the fixed asset list under the current policy. So we are asking for these assets to be removed, and just need your, it's kind of like you're disposing them, but they've already been disposed, and so we're deleting them off of the books.
So this is really a correcting book entry?
It's a cleanup, yes.
I'll make a motion that we surplus, dispose, or remove the item from the fixed asset list for the attached list.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Let's go back to 1.25. Mr. Hernandez is back. That is, consider discuss and take appropriate action to appoint committee members to the Safety Committee for FY 22-23.
Okay, so we have the safety committee member list, and it consisted of the county judge, the county treasurer, the chief deputy treasurer, maintenance supervisor, county sheriff, deputy sheriff, and the county bridge administrator.
I think what we need to do is the previous list named the actual people in those positions. I think it would be better to, I'll make a motion that we name to the safety committee the county judge or designee, county treasurer or designee, chief deputy treasurer or designee, maintenance supervisor or designee, the county sheriff or designee, a second deputy sheriff or designated by the sheriff, and road bridge administrator or designee.
I agree. Yeah. Is that a motion?
A motion.
That's a second.
And I would ask that as part of that, anyone who's designated someone other than those positions, that they would notify HR department, so we can keep an accurate list with the names.
Okay. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Back on the regular agenda, the next item is 1.32. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to hire an interim human resources director pursuant to an agreement with Strategic Government Resources and sign an appropriate agreements. Commissioner Letts.
Yes, I think the court's aware, but I'm not sure the public is aware that at our last meeting we interviewed people for the interim HR director's spot. And from that, we directed or had communication with SGR, who's a consulting firm, to try to finalize that with a new candidate. And that candidate is Carmen Williams, who's right here. Carmen is a lot of experience in HR, a lot of with municipalities primarily, but still very similar with county government. And I think that it's going to be a big help. I think she's exactly what we need right now to kind of help evaluate that department a little bit, figure out what we need to do, and give us some guidance on the next step for a permanent person to that position. So I'll make a motion that we approve Carmen Williams as our interim HR director.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? What I would really like to do is officially introduce Carmen by getting her to go to the podium. You're on YouTube. I want Kerr County to meet our new interim HR director.
She's always got a big, beautiful smile. So.
Good morning.
If you would just give us a little introduction.
Well, good morning. My name is Carmen Williams. As stated, I have 30-plus years of human resources experience across about 3 or 4 states. I look forward to this opportunity. I've met the staff already, and we're looking forward to working together, and hopefully I can bring some positive influence and some assistance in the area. And hopefully you are better when I leave.
Thank you very much. We're very excited about working together.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, did we take the vote?
No, we need to vote on that, but then there's some other items also related to this.
Executive session?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
It'll probably be a separate motion.
yeah, separate motion.
Yeah,
Okay. So
So do this one.
the motion to hire Carmen Williams.
Yeah.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
And just an informational item, there's under our contract with SGR, that pay rate is designated in that contract, and those funds would come out of the line item for the HR director. Do we have to talk about, Jody, I know we have to talk about, is it the housing portion of it? Okay, in addition, under that contract, we are obligated to provide housing as needed, and we, after much research by Jody
And Noel.
and Noel and others, I think Carmen's familiar with the housing as well, that I make a motion that we approve up to $7,000 for the 3-month period of this contract for interim housing for the interim HR director.
So, got a motion and a second to approve the housing as required under the contract for up to $7,000. Any discussion?
Jody's raising her hand.
Yeah. If we could specify 2 things, where that money is gonna come from, and that it can be paid immediately, so we can get that.
We need to have an immediate check for those funds as soon as possible from the auditor's office for the actual amount and to the party that it's going to. And if the funds are available in the HR director's salary, it would come from that line item. If they're not available in that line item, it would come from contingency.
Okay. So the motion's been amended. And second, approve the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Then, next agenda item is 1.33, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve business associate agreement and license agreement between Kerr County and SWBC Life Insurance Agency, Inc. Ms. Hernandez, Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Hernandez.
Both.
Well, it says both, that's why I call both.
I have before you a business associate agreement and a license agreement from SWBC. They have never had one in the 7+ years that we've been with them. So they approached me this last time and said that they needed to get one with us to be able to use their now employee navigator system. They do not charge us. They had something in place to where it was going to be like a $2 to a $5 charge to use it. However, they waived all of that. So that is something that they have done for Kerr County. So I believe that you all have copies in front of you. There is a business associate agreement as well as a license agreement where it does show the license fee is $0 per year. Okay. And then the end user and conditions for license service.
And this relates to payroll deductions, correct, for that some employees have chosen to
Yes.
to have.
Yes.
We just need to have an agreement with the company that's providing that. The process for doing that. Has the county attorney reviewed the contract?
Yes. I don't have any suggested changes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the business associate agreement and license agreement between Kerr County and SWBC Life Insurance Agency. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Addendum item 1.35, consider Discuss and take appropriate action to approve the interlocal agreement for the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office for the counties of Bandera, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, and Medina. And this is the same interlocal agreement that we had for the first year and a half of the PDO. This one just has Medina County being the fiscal agent rather than Kerr County.
It had some changes for the overpayment in it as well.
Last time we talked about it here, y'all authorized me to go sit down and talk with Judge Schuhart. We overpaid when we calculated the actual case count. It turned out that we paid a higher percentage than the actual cases that we had.
So we're gonna have a credit going forward? Is
Yes.
that how it's gonna work?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he agreed to that, and we took it to the other judges, and they agreed.
Is this the same that wasn't it Medina and Bandera that we overpaid? Is that? or-
No, counties that were overpaid, Gillespie had a little bit, Kendall had an amount worth looking at. We had $75,000. And so we wanted to make sure that we got credit for it.
Right.
And they get credit too.
Right.
And moving forward, this is annually, there'll be a readjustment.
Yeah, sure.
Just take care of
Now,
this.
can this thing keep growing?
Yeah.
And just keep adding counties in?
Well, we could add counties.
As long as it's manageable?
We've stayed with the 5,
Yeah.
which we're comfortable with.
Yeah, right.
We want to make sure we can master this before we start bringing in
Exactly.
others.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
You know, I just-
But
There was a lot of discussion to add 3 counties, and
we didn't do it.
we didn't do it. And it looks like it was a good thing not to do it at this point. Maybe in the future, you want to add them, but at the moment, we're real happy the way it's operating.
Right.
And
We don't need any growing pains right off the bat.
But just so that the people know, when we formed the PDO, we went to the Office of Court Administration, OCA, and we took actual case counts. And with that, of the 5 counties, and that's how we apportioned the percentages that we were going to have to pay. And ours came to being 38% of the total PDO. When we ran the numbers, actual numbers, at the end of this was probably 15 months, the end of 15 months. And that was because of a grant, the reason that we don't have 12 months, but it actually came to 33%. And that 5% difference translated into $75,000 that we wanted credit for. And,
Which shows that it ain't cheap.
Yeah. What is?
It ain't cheap.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion we approve the interlocal agreement as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. That takes us through the regular agenda. We now get to the approval agenda. 2.1 is budget amendments.
Judge, I'm sorry, I was supposed to hand you a letter that one of the homeschool moms wrote, and I totally forgot.
Oh, okay.
And I also printed off that article that I cited from Fox for each of you. Thank you so much.
I met you guys, I got it. Get an email first.
Yeah. I went through them this morning, but I didn't bring them.
Okay. Budget amendments?
Yes, you have before you 14 budget amendments. These are the final budget amendments for the year. The first amendment is to cover the compensation payout that y'all authorized last time. So we looked at all the departments to ensure that they were going to have dollars in their budgets for that. The other one that I would like to bring to your attention is the very last item. And we are moving a budgeted item from line 10 in contingency to cover the indigent healthcare cost. We had about $68,000 worth of invoices that were presented this past pay period.
Okay.
Move for approval of budget amendments. I mean, budget amendments.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next, we have pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,259,608.05.
Move for approval.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve paying the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Late bills.
Yes, today's amount is $326,189.64. Since this is to authorize the treasurer to disperse the funds, can we include that up to $7,000 check also in the motion?
Yes.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Auditor reports.
There are not any.
Thank you. Monthly reports.
Yes, for August 2022, Animal Control Services Director Reagan Gibbons, County Treasurer's Monthly Report, Tracy Saldan. For July 2022, County Treasurer's Monthly Report, Tracy Saldan. I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Court orders.
We have our court orders from our September 12th regular meeting. Court orders 39521 to 39557. They all look to be in order. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, information agenda. Status reports from department heads. See none. Status reports from elected officials. 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
I do have some. I have two. One that I've been meaning to bring up and I keep on forgetting, but it's related to Killdeer Mountain Manufacturing. They had a target by the end of this year under all of the agreements, not with us, but with the city, to have 60 employees. About a month ago, there were 61 and still hiring. And they anticipate that this will be the largest office of all of their office between here and South Dakota. They anticipate to be up in the hundreds before too long, largely due to their heavy workload with Boeing, their 737 and other aircraft. But they're doing very well. They're training people. They're working with, I know, I believe Schreiner and Tybee to look to get workers. They prefer to do their training themselves, and these are high-paying jobs. So it's a real good, it's a big, probably one of the best, and since I've been a commissioner, the best economic development thing that has come to pass. And it's actually Neil Salinas and who helped really work with this should be commended, but also so should that company. For really, really doing a fantastic job. The other one is, I know the end of voting this past week, community service, using, those that don't know, it's adults that are put on probation are often assigned community service. That program has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk and is smaller and smaller all the time. They were considering eliminating it because there's just not the workers to do it, and that's largely due to the judges not assigning that much anymore. But after communications with the state office and others, they're going to keep the office open. The workers will primarily be used at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Some will go to some of the other nonprofits around town, but they work very closely with Jake right now and are going to continue that relationship. So it's going to continue, but some of the nonprofits that have been using that service, they may have cut back service, and one of the ones I'm thinking of is the cemetery.
And I was going to ask about that this week and go talk to them, so
Yeah.
it needs a moment.
Yeah, and they just don't have the people.
Sure.
So they're looking at, they just may have to cut back some of that service, and they will be communicating with each of the, I think it's like 12 or 13 different nonprofits that they have assisted with. But that's kind of an update from Ms. Bodie.
Well, for what it's worth on community service, we actively require community service at the juvenile level.
Yeah.
That's a very important part of their rehabilitation.
Right. And one of the things that is, I won't say that they're not assigning it, they're given a choice between some educational programs or community service, and most of them are choosing the educational programs. And I believe the courts and adult probation thinks that those are, from a rehabilitation standpoint, probably more worthwhile and getting more bang for the buck.
No, Judge Ragsdale could use somebody in that capacity to repaint his next office at the West Kerr Annex.
Yeah. Well, they're still going to be there, but just reduced numbers, so everyone is aware.
Well, I can tell you there was an aha moment, and I won't identify which one of my 4 children had to put on one of those iridescent vests and go out and help organize parking at Shriner. And it was very educational.
Yes. Exercise in humility.
Yes.
Well, you got to wear the vest.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's not a fashion show.
Good stuff.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, well, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then come back in executive session. We're going to have to take a vote before we can. We've got a contract negotiation we're going to have to consider. And so I have to make a motion that we are authorized to go into executive session for contract negotiations. I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. We'll be in executive session in 5 minutes. 2, we've come out of executive session, and we have action following executive session.
Yes, action on be 4.1A, and I make a motion that we authorize myself and the county judge to review some insurance coverage and make an application for some additional insurance for the county as may be desired.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? This is just looking at insurance policies. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Any other business before the court? Then we are adjourned.